All right. Hello, hello, hello. First, let me make sure we're all in the right place. Are you all ready to be empowered? Yeah? Yeah, can I get a little more enthusiasm? Jordan in the back. Yes. Okay. It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the Amputee Coalition's new CEO and President, Cass Isidro.
This is a long pathway to get up here. Can you hear me? You can probably hear me okay without this, but anyway. Good afternoon. It is truly a pleasure to see all of you here today. I just passed my 30 days, and this is the first event since I've been with the Amputee Coalition, and I think it's just so fitting because this really reflects our present tense of youth within our organization and the programs we're building, and also literally the future of our organization in serving those with limb loss and limb difference. So thank you all for coming today, and for those that are joining us virtually, shout out to that. Those of us in the room are only a small percentage of the people who are going to occupy this content, or digest this content rather, so really, really useful. I came to this mission because of the huge gap that we had in services. We've been, for the last 6 months, talking about serving a population of potentially 2 million people. And we've just heard recently that that's likely somewhere around 3.5 or 4 million. And so what we're trying to build together and what you as youth are the future of this organization, that's a huge gap in service and a huge community of people to connect with each other. And that's why I'm here. I can see what's on the other side of building this. I've spent some time with the Red Cross and some time with USO and in disaster relief and healthcare reform and mobility justice, and I know what this organization needs to look like, so I look forward to really linking arms with all of you to build that. As a leader, though, I know that it's never ideal to speak before lunchtime, and as a mom of 3, I also know it's not ideal to talk at kids. So I'm going to be very brief in my comments this morning, but there are 3 things that I want to leave you with as individuals as you walk out of this room today. One is that we see you. If you've ever looked for any place where you can belong, where people know what you're going through, where people look like you, understand your perspectives, and will listen, it will be the Amputee Coalition and the things that we've already built that some of you have experienced, the podcast that you guys built on your own, but also what we're building moving forward. So know that that is one of our values that we hold most dear, is that we see you. The second is that we're building this for you. There's no other motives than that. It's true to our mission in building a support system, an education system, and an advocacy system that's looking at healthcare reform and all the things that influence the life so that you can truly thrive in your day-to-day as you choose. And lastly, that this is not without you. So as you intersect with our programs, with our luncheon, when you come to camp in August, when you send us emails, when you communicate with Jordan over Instagram or Facebook or wherever we are, because I'm still learning, do communicate. This is what you will build with us. And we can't do it right if you're not talking to us and not letting us know what works tremendously and what you'd like to see more of. So thank you for today. You don't need to hear from me. I do want to say a few thanks, though. Our presenters will be introduced fully with their bios, but thanks to those of you who've joined us today for your time. Thank you to the parents in the room. As a mom of 3, I know just the logistics of getting out the door are something else, much less traveling this far. I heard the family last night, 20 hours driving here. That's just an amazing commitment. Thank you. Thank you to our staff. All the staff in the room, kind of raise your hand. There's staff back home at their houses that didn't get to travel here to see what the final product looks like, so thanks to them too. And then finally, thanks for you all for your participation today, your active participation, your questioning, your learning, your pushing us, you're pushing each other. Thanks in advance for all of that. So have a terrific time, eat well, and we look forward to this just being the start of our journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cass. And now I'm excited to welcome Dr. Eileen Timmons. I was told to say first that Eileen is an artist, and I think that sometimes we identify ourselves the way we want the world to see us, the things that are most passionate that we hold so dear. And so I'm excited to welcome Eileen to the stage. She is also an executive coach and leadership development expert who is passionate about transforming top talent into resourceful, resilient, adaptive, and inspiring leaders. Eileen, we'll welcome you to the stage.
Well, hello everybody in the room and out there in the virtual world. Thank you so much for having me here. Just to go on, I know this is right before lunch, and we are going to talk about bouncing back or moving forward. And it kind of goes with your end speaker, the keynote speaker later about bouncing back. So with this ball, what do? We bounce back. And I have Alicia here who's going to go around and hand out some items as we talk about resilience. So today, this is our agenda, 30 minutes only, and we're going to talk about me and why am I up here talking about resilience and what has happened in my life to make me resilient and qualify for talking about this. We're going to talk about a video. We're going to have a short exercise, and there'll be a handout shortly being sent out to you also with the Luncheon team, and then Q&A. So the first thing is it's a little bit about me. You know, as Ashley said, I'm an artist, a professor, a life coach. My day job is I am a Chief Human Resources Officer for a global organization across the globe. We have offices all around the world, and the headquarters is here in Chicago. But my passion is developing people and public speaking to give back. I have a side business, and it's called Angeline. And I am very Irish. I'm dual Irish citizen. And Angeline means little angel in Gaelic. So I am planting seeds on the side to help the world move forward. And my quote here is, if you're not opening doors for people, you are closing them, all right? And I'm all about paying forward and moving forward. So that's why I'm here, talk a little bit about that. So resilience, it's the ability to cope with whatever life throws at you and bounces back. So as you receive the items on your table, take a time to take your hand, just grab the ball, move it back and forth. And the reason I'm sharing this with you is because when people learn, they learn hearing, seeing, and doing, okay? And that keeps more absorption of the learning. So as we talk about resilience and you see the video that I'll be showing, use the items there, okay? Because it'll physically think back on how you, as a person, come so far in life, no matter what age you are, to bounce back from challenges. How many in the room here have ever dealt with a challenge? We all have, right? So using that confidence that you've passed challenges in the past will help you predict your challenges in the future. So Bonnie St. James is a woman I met at a conference. She is a spark plug, absolutely a spark plug. The video I'm going to show you is a little long, but it'll absolutely align with this organization today. Bonnie is a Paralympic, and she was an amputee at the age of 5. And she has projected her life and overcome so much that I thought it was so important to share this video with you of her TEDx. After the video, we'll come back, we'll have a little bit of conversation, and the handout that Alicia shared, we're gonna walk through a little exercise to discuss resilience and how you can take what you've learned today and execute it on in the future. So if you'd like to play the video, we can start that.
When I went to the Olympics, I was the third-ranked one-legged woman in the United States in alpine skiing. That was really important because they only took 3 one-legged women on the team. So after years of training and raising money and moving around the country, I just barely squeaked onto the team. But I was so excited. They didn't think I would beat my teammates, never mind anybody else, but I was just happy. This was my dream come true, to be on the Olympic team representing the United States of America. Now, my mother came with me to Innsbruck, Austria, and it was actually the first time she ever saw me in a ski race. We lived in San Diego, which is, if you're in the international audience, is in the southern end of California. We were actually 15 minutes from the Mexican border. It just doesn't snow there. So there were no ski races held there. We didn't have a lot of money, so it wasn't like she could follow me around. So when she came with me to Innsbruck, Austria, that was the first time she actually saw her little girl in a ski race. The other thing that I should probably explain is she was an English teacher, God rest her soul, and she didn't really understand sports. To give you an example, she would see a jogger going down the street and say, can't they do something constructive with their energy? She just didn't get it. So she had tolerated me taking time off from college and being a ski bum and waiting tables and all those things. She was kind of scratching her head. But then here we are in Innsbruck, Austria. All of the flags from around the world, all of the athletes, all of the hoopla and excitement. And when I came down the first run of the slalom race, the slalom is the really tight turns around the red and blue poles. When I got to the bottom and the times were posted, my time was number 1 in the entire world. It was an upset. My mother got so excited. My brother literally rolled her in the snow to cool her off. It was like, jogging I don't understand, but winning, yeah, I like this. But it takes 2 runs to actually win a medal, so I had to go back up to the top and wait my turn for the second run. And if you don't know ski racing, the second run is never the same course. The snow gets all chewed up, they have to set a new course. So I'm waiting my turn, other women are going down ahead, and they radio back up to the top that women are crashing. There's a dangerous icy spot on this course. So I'm standing at the top thinking, I'm in first place. I trained harder than other people. I trained on a glacier over summer. I had just outworked everybody else. I was the best slalom skier, and I had the chance at the gold, but no heroics. I didn't have to do anything crazy. If I could just stay standing and not crash, I could win the gold medal in the world. So my turn comes up, I get in the starting gate, and the race official counts down 3, 2, 1, go. I'm hitting the red and the blue poles. This is my moment. I get to where I can see the finish line, and that's when I fell. I thought I could taste the gold medal at that point, and it was so disappointing to go from number 1 in the world to sitting in the snow. I just wanted to crawl away, not to have to face my mother, my sponsors, my teammates. I felt like I had let everybody down. But before my mind could even make a decision, my reflexes took over. My training was always to finish the race. I grabbed my equipment, I got over the finish line, and when the dust cleared and they posted the results, I was still in 3rd place. I won the bronze medal that I'm wearing. I got to stand on the winner's podium and have the US flag waving behind me, my mother crying in the snow. But it wouldn't have happened if I hadn't gotten up and gotten over the finish line, even when I didn't think I was winning, even when I didn't feel good about what I had done, I got up, got over the finish line. And it turned out all of the top women on one leg had the same problem, went down, got up, and so I still was able to win. I was thinking about it later. I don't know if you ever do coulda, woulda, shoulda. And I was thinking I should have won. I was the best. I had trained so hard. I was the best slalom skier on one leg in the world. And the woman who beat me in that race, it wasn't that she didn't fall. She also fell. And by the way, that same woman went on and won in the giant slalom and the downhill. I won the bronze in the giant slalom. I was 7th in the downhill and I was silver overall. So I was wearing the silver medal for being the second fastest woman overall, and the first African American actually to win a Winter Olympic medal. But I wouldn't have won the bronze, I wouldn't have won the silver if I hadn't gotten up and gotten over the finish line. So this woman who beat me in the race where I fell, she also fell. So she didn't beat me by not falling. She beat me by getting up faster. I proved I was the fastest skier that year. She won the gold medal. She won the gold medal for being the quicker getter-upper. This is a story about resilience. Resilience is so important, and we often think of resilience as coming back from a hurricane or coming back from a divorce, but resilience is also important when you're at the top of your game and you're in the midst of competition. Resilience is the meta skill of the future. We're experiencing so much disruption and technology change. All of us are in the middle of needing to learn resilience as a skill. But resilience is really important to me personally, as well as in the middle of an Olympic ski race. That little girl that you see there, that was me on the first day that I came home from the hospital after my leg was amputated. Ladies, it's all about the shoes. That was my first pair of shoes that wasn't high-top white orthopedic shoes, and I had a big brace on the other leg that I used to drag around. I was so excited to have real shoes like other kids and to be able to feel more normal and look more normal. But when you think about the resilience that it takes to get from that place to being an international ski racer, physical resilience, obviously, I had to learn how to walk all over again. I had to struggle to learn how to walk with this artificial leg. And once I was in school, I was never going to get picked on teams for track or swimming. I was exempt for PE for years after I went through another surgery. Even the thought of training as an athlete was a crazy idea back then for somebody with one leg. Physical resilience, also mental resilience. There were no role models of Black people in Winter Olympics. You just didn't see it. I lived in San Diego, California, where there's no snow. Where was I going to go practice? I joke around, though, and say, people say, it must be so hard to ski with one leg. But I didn't have any money. It's even harder to ski with no money. But the mental resilience, the imagination to think that I could be a ski racer and to go out and pursue that dream is crazy. But in addition to the physical resilience and the mental resilience, I needed spiritual and emotional resilience too. What you can't see in that picture, I was abused for many years as a child. My real father left before I was born. And my mother remarried my stepfather, who sexually abused myself from the age of 2 to the age of 7, and my sister as well. Somebody was commenting that little girl looks so hopeful. And she's just coming back from 6 months in the hospital to a place where she's going to continue to be abused. I remember the 6 months so clearly. But most of first, second, and third grade, I can't remember it all. It's blocked out. So many of us have invisible wounds that we need to be resilient from. And it's easy to look at my legs and say, wow, that's a big challenge. But most of us have things that are even harder that you can't see. I've won Olympic medals, and I've dealt with the scars from sexual abuse. Just thinking about the Me Too movement and everything that's going on. Dealing with the emotional things that we have, whether you have substance abuse or addiction or other kinds of abuse in your family, those are hard things. We all need so much resilience in the world today. A lot of people ask me, how can I be more resilient like you? I've spent my whole life struggling to overcome all kinds of things, and I've drawn on different learnings and teachings and reading books and applied things and tried things and pulled out things that work. People want to know, how can I do that? How can my kids be more resilient in today's world? How can my team at work, how can I help them to withstand some of the ups and downs they have to deal with in the world today? So I've been doing a lot of research on micro-resilience. I coined the term micro-resilience in 2011, and I've been pulling together information from neuroscience, positive psychology, psychoneuroimmunology, I just like saying that, psychoneuroimmunology, physiology, all kinds of fields that have information on evidence-based ways we can make small adjustments that help us every day to be more resilient, hour by hour, whether you're at the top of your game or whether you're trying to get back into the game. To be able to do things that help you get through the slings and arrows of daily tough things that we're all dealing with. I travel around the country and around the world as a speaker, and I talk to people about how hard everyone is struggling. And I don't care whether your income is big or small, people are struggling with hard things in today's world, either making ends meet, or illness, or addiction, or changes at work, all kinds of things. And we're actually taking this work, my team at Blue Circle Leadership and I, taking this work to Thailand this year, and Japan, and Brazil, and Dubai. And this is so global. This pressure that we're under, struggling to be more resilient, not just withstanding what's happening to us, but being able to have the skill of being more resilient. So I want to give you a really practical way that you can immediately be more resilient. We've been sharing the idea, along with many other micro-resilience hacks, but the idea of a first aid kit for your attitude. A first aid kit for your attitude. Just like you have a little first aid kit at home or at work in case you get a bruise or a cut or a burn, you can be prepared in case you get a bruise or a cut or a burn to your attitude. When you're having a tough day, if you have an angry customer phone call or a coworker discussion that gets you upset and churning, or if you have a phone call from home that your elderly parent fell down and broke their hip, and I've had that call. If you have your budget cut and all the ramifications of what that's going to do and how hard you're going to have to work, we have things thrown at us every day. And I can't change what's thrown at you, but if I can give you hacks that help you to be less drained by it, you can continue on with the rest of your day. Instead of having something happen and you're so emotionally affected by it that you don't handle that situation well, and then it ripples out into other situations, you can push back. When your attitude takes a hit, you can push back and be stronger in the situation and in your life. So in your first aid kit, you can put pictures of family or loved ones, mementos from a vacation, songs that lift you up. In my first aid kit, I have a note from my mother that says, "Cherish yourself." And it's in her old-fashioned penmanship. And when I see it, it just helps put things in perspective. That something that would bother me and throw me off track, I can get back on track more quickly. That reminder from my mother. So you can put a first aid kit together. Don't just leave it out on your desk because then you stop seeing it after a while. Put it away and take it out when you need it. There's so many people that this has made a difference for. I've talked to kids in 4th grade that can put together a first aid kit. You can help your kids to be stronger. Teams that do this for each other, that give each other items. You need this for your first aid kit. I can tell you're having a bad day, having a shared vocabulary around that. But I remember one woman who was a globe-trotting workaholic, and she was struggling, and she was getting bad leadership reviews. She was too hard on her people. And she started doing this, as well as some other micro-resilience techniques, and it really turned her around. It helped shift her energy, and her team felt better. She was getting better reviews from her team. But the greatest part, she started dating. She hadn't been dating in 4 years, and her energy shifted. She was better for other people, but also better for herself and her relationships. So life pushes on you, but you can push back. You can teach your kids to push back. You can teach your team to push back, and not only do better at work, but do better for yourself and in life. So share the idea of a first aid kit for your attitude and help everyone around you to be stronger. Thank you.
So we're back to me, not Bonnie St. James. So there is a handout here, but first, before we start talking about the handout, does anybody want to share anything that they heard that may have, spiked a thought, maybe a change of attitude, or a learning? Okay, if not, I'll share some things. You heard she fell. You heard she set a new course. You heard that she, the one other person that won the gold medal got up quicker than her, right? She got up faster, and even Bonnie thought she was on top of her game. So what does that all have to do with resilience? In the second that she fell, she had to get up. And learning from that, which we're going to talk about what's in here, in the Sagacity, is taking that learning and applying it to you in the future. Okay? I haven't shared with you why I am up here in resilience. Bonnie did share there's a lot of things going on with people that hidden disabilities, hidden things that you may not know. A few years ago, I experienced cancer. Went through the treatments, took lemons and made it a lemonade, and changed my life. Bouncing back with joy and starting this business and giving back. So I hope that you know that there's physical, there's mental, and there are also hidden disabilities people can't see that help you bounce back. So let's look at the 4 S's here. This is a resilience plan, and I know I'm getting very close on time to stay on the 30 minutes. So the resilience plan that I've handed out to you has 4 S's. As you saw from Bonnie, she has a first aid kit. There's others that say bounce back. There's others that have plans like this. There is so much out there, but this one I particularly liked because you have the support of people around you that helps you be resilient. You have identifying strategies how to get there to be resilient. Sagacity is taking the wisdom and the learnings that you've used in the past and applying them to the future and saying, I went through that, I can do this. And then lastly is identifying solutions and behaviors. So with that, this on the last page of your document, you'll see a couple blank pages. And this is an example of a very minute problem where someone went through an interview and didn't do very well, right? So the support, it's called stuffed up a job interview and did not get the job. The support, the strategies that keep you moving. So support keeps you upright, keep you moving. The sagacity gives you comfort and hope. This too shall pass. I can get through this. And lastly, solution seeking. Items and actions to move forward. And how are you going to apply it? So I know we don't have much time left. This is a takeaway for you to keep. I'll be sharing the website and this document with Alicia, along with other items I'll be talking about later today. So when you're going through difficult times and you are having, you want to bounce back, give yourself grace and patience. give yourself some compassion to be in the moment and understand, okay, how can I move forward? And this is for anything in life, right? It could be a small thing about not winning a game. It could be a big health crisis that I went through, right? You can show up authentically for yourself and others. Be a better listener. Take time to learn and hear advice, but also take time to listen to your inner self. Be in your presence and just listen to what your intuition and what it is saying to you on getting through this problem. Show you're vulnerable. We're all vulnerable. There's not a person on this planet that will not get off this planet and go to the other side or wherever we're going without knowing vulnerability and being empathetic to themselves, especially when they're going through resilience. And be curious. Keep asking questions about how can I learn from this? Is this a blessing or a lesson, right, as you're going through this, versus judging yourself and being hard. And lastly, questions and answers. I know there's not much time, but if there's any questions, I'm here all day. I have a couple other presentations which will be more interactive than this. We have some quiz shows, and it'll be kind of fun. So any questions? If not, I'm around all day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eileen. I want to give a shout out to Trinea for bringing us this next group, introducing us to the Flint Public Health Youth Academy. The Flint Public Health Youth Academy is an innovative pathways to careers concept in Flint, yet the program domains within the program are not new. The program is designed to engage and introduce urban youth into careers in public health, medicine, and research. The Flint Public Health Youth Academy focuses on early exposure, mentoring, role modeling, and interactive engagement, internships, summer camps, and youth-led projects. We welcome the Flint Public Health Youth Academy to the stage. Oh, we're getting fit. We're getting fit with the mic, so we'll be right up. Awesome. Welcome, team.
All right. Hello, everyone.
Does anyone?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Ooh, is this on? Okay. While we wait for Dr. Key to get settled, I just wanted to give us all a chance to introduce ourselves. So I'll start. My name is Everett Graham. I am an 18-year-old senior at Flint Southwestern Classical Academy, all the way back in Michigan. And I'll let you go.
I got it. I'm Asia Donald. I am a second-year student at Oakland University studying accounting, and I work at Hurley Medical Center in Flint.
Hello, my name is Taisha Brady. I am 20 years old and I am studying sign language interpretation at Mott Community College.
Hey, my name is Christian Mays. I am at Mott Community College for automotive engineering. I'm going to be 20 in a month, so we'll see how that goes.
Hello, I am Joseph Johnson. I'm a junior in Grand Blanc High School, and I don't know what I'm going to be studying when I get to college, but yeah.
Hello, my name is Cole Mays. Dang, I just heard my voice.
You did.
Is this what this sounds like?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I am a freshman at U of M Flint, and I'm currently going to attend later this summer.
All right, so thank you all for having us. We are a group from Flint, Michigan. How many of y'all heard about the water crisis, right? Everybody know about Flint because of the water. Well, the water crisis is still happening. And I am a researcher. I'm a health disparities researcher and a doctor in the medical school. And I, as a resident, born and raised in Flint, wanted to make sure that young people were not given a sentence of doom and gloom because of the water crisis, which became the biggest public health man-made crisis in the country. And so instead of it being a sentence of doom and gloom for our young people, because you know what they said, that Flint youth wouldn't have the IQs to go to college because of the lead exposure, and that they would have these behavior issues, we said, no, we're going to flip the script, right? We're going to control our own narrative, and we're going to use the water crisis experience to create the next generation of Public Health Youth Academy students and public health professionals. Many of these young people started off in the 8th grade when we started. Now some of them are in college. We have some 8th graders and 9th graders back at home. So we're here, we're glad to be here. And our purpose specifically, again, is to introduce and to create early exposure to careers in public health, medicine, and research. Also, we want to also engage in STEM-related activities and topics, but more importantly, we wanted to create a pathways to careers in public health. So who are we? We are young people. We have summer camps. We have young people as young as 8 years old in our summer camps, and they go all the way up through college. We have different layers of mentoring the young people. And we're here because we like to include everyone, and youth with limb loss need to be at the table because you have a special voice in designing what your solutions will be. So I'm gonna hand this off to Asia and to, I'm going the wrong way, to Asia and to Everett. Which way is the thing? This way? Okay, there we go. All right, he's going to tell you what our activities are and the things that we do throughout the year.
Okay, so some of the activities that we do throughout the year are provide educational experiences using our FIRE curriculum, calculate youth community dialogues, conduct community health assessments through Photo Voice, host virtual talk shows, host annual public health summer camps, and conduct presentations showing the power of youth in public health. Just to speak on a little bit of the stuff I mentioned there, our Photo Voice project is actually something that is very important to me because, like he said, I joined in the 8th grade. Photo Voice basically is going out into your community and taking pictures, and then taking those pictures and turning them into data that you can use to explain or give evidence to a problem or an issue. So that's a really important and a really cool one to me. Another one is our virtual youth talk shows. I don't know if many of you guys know, but yesterday we did one of our talk shows and we got to feature some of the great youth here on that talk show, where basically we talk about different issues under the public health umbrella. And if you don't know, one of our mottos here in FIA is that public health is everything, whether that's mental, emotional, physical, environmental, everything falls under that. So you want to go to the next one?
Yep.
So we are here with you because you guys are important, and people with limb loss and limb indifference matter to the community, matter to the policymakers, and matter to everybody in the world. Everybody needs to have a say in what policy goes on and how it is implemented. And the limb loss community is an underrepresented community in policymaking and lawmaking.
What we will do today is introduce you to public health, talk about your important voice as a person with limb loss and why you are important, and build a relationship with you to hopefully get you to think about becoming a public health professional. We really want to put emphasis on creating a connection with you guys because, like we said and have been saying, you guys are very important. And it's very important that your voice is heard in these conversations when policies and things are being changed. We want you guys to really be involved in that and not just jump into it blindly. We want you to know that it is possible and you don't have to be the smartest person in the room to advocate for yourself. So we really want to put emphasis on that. So what is public health? Well, some of the things that we cover is what is public health, chronic diseases, infectious diseases, the dimensions of health, health behaviors, careers in public health, and youth advocacy. So how many of you are familiar with chronic diseases, just by a show of hands? Everybody? That's a disease that you are either born with or develop, right? Can you go back one? Mm-hmm. An infectious disease is, anybody give me an example of an infectious disease? Just yell it out. We just had a huge one. COVID, good. COVID is an example of an infectious disease or something that can be transmitted from person to person, animals, all that. I'm gonna let Dr. Key speak on the dimensions of health.
So let's talk about public health. What are the first things you think about? First of all, I was an engineering student. I didn't know what public health was. I mean, you go get your shots, right? Or you wear your helmet when you ride your bike. But I did not know how vast and broad public health was. So when you all hear the words public health, can I get someone to tell me what's like the first couple of words you think about? Masks. Anybody else? Fear. Anyone else? Vaccines. Public health departments. The health department. I think about the word public. That means it's people. And so for the young people here, there's a difference between medical doctors and public health doctors. So how I explain it is a medical doctor sees one person at a time. Have y'all ever gone to the doctor? And you go in and they ask you what's wrong and you got to tell them what's wrong. And then they either write you a prescription or they give you some medicine and then they say you'll be good. Well, a medical doctor diagnoses one person at a time. But a public health doctor diagnoses an entire community or an entire population at a time. So like when COVID was happening, we didn't know what it was. That's when epidemiologists got into effect and they start diagnosing and tracking trends and data. And then we came up with solutions with vaccinations and health education. So that's kind of the difference if you want to see the difference between medical doctors and public health doctors. And so when we talk about public health is a science that helps us prevent disease, live longer, and promote health, and also on the individual, community, and societal levels. Go ahead.
So we're going to talk a little bit about the core functions of public health. So as you can see by this diagram, we have a lot of information. Some of the main ones that are relevant to our organization is to link to services, develop policies, mobilize community partnerships, inform, educate, and empower. And there's a lot of other things that go into it, but those are like the things that we like to emphasize because it's important to inform people, it's important to educate people, and it's important to empower people. So we really want to put emphasis on that.
And we could stay on this slide all day, but we only got 30 minutes. So we really could like break this down, and we probably would do that later on in the summer when we have more time with the young people. Go ahead, Asia.
Okay, so public health is a science in itself. So if you work in public health, you are a scientist technically. Your teacher is technically a scientist because she's an educator. She educates you, or he educates you on what to do and how to be smart, go to school, take care of yourself. Technically, your mom is a public health scientist because she helps you go to the doctor, go back and forth. Epidemiologists are scientists. Even the doctors are scientists. You have some people who don't even put on the lab coat every day and sit behind the computer and research, and they are scientists. Technically, I'm even a public health professional because I just work in the hospital and I make sure that people get their diets right.
And for those who are into informatics and like computers and technology, we also have public health informatics. So that's another science specifically in public health. And then Everett is going to talk about the value of public health.
Yeah, so the value of public health is very important. As far as public health progress, it is nearly impossible to spend a single day in the U.S. without being affected by public health. Consider these daily life examples: food safety, restaurant inspections, fluoridated water, seatbelt use, unleaded gasoline, influenza vaccine programs, trans fats and other nutritional information, public health response to the most recent disaster, like COVID. Public health in the U.S. has a long record of working in the public interest. That record is almost entirely positive. So basically what all this mean and all we're going through this is to say that public health is everything. You are engaging with public health in every single thing that you do, no matter if you know you do or you don't know you do. Public health is everything and it surrounds you. So it's very important to know that and to weaponize that, to use that to advocate for yourself.
And the reason why it's everything is because public health contains the social determinants of health. That's where you live, where you work, where you play. That's food, that's housing, that's transportation, that's how your neighborhood is built. Do they have sidewalks? Do you not have sidewalks? And these things are important. And then when we think about having signs for those who have disabilities, making sure that there are laws to enforce that we have the proper parking and the proper ramps for public spaces, all of that is a part of public health. And that's why it's important to have this community at the table holding your lawmakers, holding your government officials accountable to make sure that you have what you need to live your best life. So let's talk about disease. And Everett kind of went a little bit, he got excited. So go ahead and share some more about chronic diseases specifically.
Yeah, to share a little bit more about chronic diseases, these are some examples of chronic disease: obesity, diabetes, heart disease, cancer, and stroke. A chronic disease is a disease that persists for a long time. So can anybody give me an example of a chronic disease other than what's on the list? Just yell it out loud. Anybody? Diabetes? Okay, great. But basically, it's important to know the difference between the two, because it's in living in a community, you want to advocate for yourself, so you want to be informed about what other people may be going on in your community, so that if their voice isn't being heard, you can step up and be a voice for them.
All right, Asia?
So infectious disease are diseases that are caused by organisms such as mosquitoes or even just bacteria. And like Everett said earlier, we just experienced one of the biggest public health crises with an infectious disease, and that was
COVID.
So basically, other things that are infectious disease are like rabies, chickenpox, which are not too common anymore, but the common cold and the flu are pretty common in our day, and those are some other examples of infectious diseases. So just to remind me, what are infectious diseases?
Diseases caused by what? Organisms and bacteria. That's right. So just as a quick, diseases can be spread a couple of ways, and Everett's going to tell you guys about how diseases can be spread.
Diseases can be spread through either aerosol or droplets, so that means the air. Whether it's coming out of a spray bottle or you're, in a crowded place and somebody is coughing, they can be spread through direct contact, whether that's touching a human, touching an animal. They can be spread through contaminated foods. So like when people get food poisoning or get E. coli in their foods. Contaminated water, us in Flint, we knew that very well because of our water crisis. And then vectors. Vectors are like insects, like Asia was saying, like mosquitoes and different bugs that may bite you or inhabit your space, and they cause you to get diseases.
And Asia will tell you a little bit more about vectors specifically. So has anybody ever got bit by a mosquito? Now, isn't it irritating? You're just trying to get to the itch and you're trying to scratch and it's not working. So she's going to kind of tell us what a vector is specifically.
So a vector is an organism that does not necessarily cause the disease or the infection, but they are able to spread it. So when that mosquito comes and bites you and you have a disease and it goes and bites the next person, there's a likelihood that they're going to get that disease because the mosquito bit you when you had it.
So the vector carries the disease but does not necessarily die from the disease, right? And so here are some examples of some of the organisms and bacteria. So for example, when we think of E. coli, that's a bacteria, and if we don't prepare food properly, make sure that we sanitize and cook food at a certain temperature, we can be at risk of contracting illness where we would need antibiotics, etc. And then some others are lead poisoning. So before the water crisis, most young people in America were getting exposure through old homes, through paint. And so young people would eat the paint, in the house or around the windowsills. And this exposure would cause illness to them and high levels of lead. And they would have to go through what is chelation, what they actually was one of the therapies that was used earlier on. And it's predominantly lead paint impacting kids and young people. So then everybody's going to talk about pollution and some of the things around pollution and public health.
Yeah, so like we were saying earlier, public health is everything, and that includes your environment. A lot of the air pollutants like sulfur oxides, nitrogen oxides, VOCs, carbon monoxide and dioxide, toxics like heavy metals and radioactive gases, the ozone and pathogens, those things are all things that can pollute and affect your environment. And if you're living in a place where you have bad air quality or you're constantly being exposed to toxic and heavy metals in your air, that can increase the likelihood of people, getting asthma, and that can worsen life for people who have things like asthma. Some more, related conditions, like I was saying, is asthma, cystic fibrosis, lung cancer, pneumonia, and allergies, and I can't pronounce that last one, Legionnaire's disease.
And then Asia will talk a little bit about water pollutants.
So some things that pollute the water are heavy metals, pesticides, some cleaning products that make it into water and into the stream and into the tanks. They can pollute, and they also could cause cancer and asthma and cystic fibrosis, as well as pneumonia and bronchitis.
So I want to share this last one about the pollutants and environment. Noise is a pollutant, you all. Noise is a pollutant, and it can come from several different things, from transportation systems, things within your household, and if you're working in, factories, industrial complexes, but it also attributes to hearing loss, stress, and depression. So this is just an example to show how our environment also impacts our health in great ways. And so this right here, the Public Health Youth Academy, we use the World Health Organization's definition that health is more than just the absence of illness or disease. You can be a person that's illness-free and disease-free and still be unhealthy. Because health is more than physical. It's your mental, it's your emotional, it's your environmental, it's social and cultural health, right? It's also financial health. And that's the whole complexity of what public health covers. Everett?
Well, he said like physical health was a part of that diamond. Physical health is the way that the parts and systems of the body work together. Your body's ability to cope with stress, and to gain or maintain it, you need to have the proper nutrition, regular exercise, and enough sleep.
All right. Asia?
So mental health is the ability to like and accept yourself in the health of your mind. And I know a lot of people struggle with it, because even me on a day-to-day, I struggle with my mental health, and I have some days where I'm out of it. But some things I like to do in order to take care of my mental health, I like to listen to music, I like to draw, I like to paint, I like to talk to people, I like to read. There's a plethora of different things that you could find, but it's all dependent on who you are. The things that you like are the only things that are going to be able to relieve you from stress and help your mental health.
And one of the things we did during our mental health campaign is that we talked about mental health as a spectrum. Most people, when they talk about mental health, they're only talking about negative stuff, anxiety or depression. But what makes you happy? What makes you relax? It's a spectrum that has a positive and a negative side, and we have to make sure that we honor ourselves and we live in that positive side as well. Then Everett will talk about emotional health.
Yep, so emotional health. This one was one that I actually resonated with heavily, because your emotional health is often forgot along with like your mental health. Emotional health is expressing your emotions in a positive, non-destructive way. You want to avoid dwelling on negative thoughts, use positive thoughts to move through challenges, and to maintain your emotional health, you need to take time to relax and share your feelings with others or in a journal. So this is a really important slide, because as we in life go through things, it is important to keep your emotional in check. If your emotional goes unchecked, then you can end up lashing out on people. You can end up, shut yourself out from the world, and things like that are just not healthy for you. So you want to make sure that all through everything you go through in life, even when times get tough, that you take the time to speak with your friends, your family, to do things for yourself, like Asia was saying, whether it is to draw, listen to music, go for a walk outside, whatever you need to do, you want to prioritize your emotional health.
And then social health is the ability to get along with the people around you. So when you go to school every day and you talk to your friend at lunchtime, that's your social health. You're taking care of yourself socially. When you talk to the teacher about what's going on at home, that's taking care of yourself socially as well. People who have good social health, they're able to, they tend to stay in activities longer. They tend to be able to meet people faster. They tend to have a lot of friends and be able to communicate themselves better.
So environmental health also looks at water quality and air quality. It also looks at how industry, there are companies that in our cities, like in Flint, we have a lot of General Motors plants in Flint and Detroit. Well, they pollute the air. So they have to be responsible for different things that they put in the atmosphere. So we have to make sure that we also understand that the built environment is also a part of our health, and what industry gets away with doing, like sometimes they dump stuff in the river that should. The water crisis in Flint didn't start necessarily when the water crisis happened as we know it. It started for decades having industry dumping pollutants in the river. So then decades later, somebody made a decision, we'll go to the Flint River to get water. Like, who does that, right? And so we have to understand the importance that environmental health plays. He's going to give you some examples of good health behaviors.
Yep, so good health behaviors include diet and nutrition, physical activity, and things like smoking and alcohol consumption. So when we talk about good health behaviors, you want to really think about your lifestyle. You want to think, do I drink and smoke heavily? What kind of foods am I consuming? Am I engaging in physical activity when possible? Those things are all really important because, you know, we all know if you smoke a lot, you know, it's possible that you're going to get cancer. You know, if you drink a lot of alcohol, you're at risk for alcohol poisoning, and it impairs your decisions. But we don't often think about our diet and nutrition, because that is one of the most important things that a lot of us can control that would greatly improve our health behaviors. So when you're saying, do I eat fast food a lot? You know, am I eating a lot of vegetables? Is my plate, you know, have green on it? You know, what am I drinking? Am I drinking mostly juice and sugar, or am I drinking natural juices and water? So you want to keep all that in consideration when you're thinking about your health behaviors.
So I'm going to kind of lead you guys out of this to talk about youth power and advocacy, which is why we're here. We're here because you all have power in your voice. You all have power to raise your own problems. One thing that happened in Flint is people came out of nowhere who had never been to Flint, never stepped a foot in Flint, and then want to tell Flint what Flint needs to do in order to recover from the Flint water crisis. And so you don't want to have people speaking for you when you can speak for yourself, because nobody knows your body better than you. Nobody knows your community better than you. Nobody knows your city better than you. And so we're here because you all have power. When we say youth advocacy, what we mean is that you have a voice and you can speak up. You might need to tell your teacher, hey, I need you to sit me somewhere different because I have some limitations happening because I have limb loss, right? Or I have limb indifference. And so you're going to have to be able to speak up for yourself and to say, hey, we need to do things so that we can make it better for everyone. These are things that parents can do, advocates can do, and also young people can do. And limb loss is not just in the United States, it's around the world. We chose this picture because it shows some women in another country who are dealing with limb loss, but they're having to advocate for their rights. You know, unfortunately, I think at the last time I looked at the stats, like 17% of the United States own a passport, which means like the other 83% actually thinks that what they see in America is how the whole world works. Right? It's so many things happening globally that we would be shocked to realize these same trends are happening with other people who look like us, who deal with the same problems as us. And if we can unite globally, can you imagine the type of impact that we will have as a people? Now, again, we want to introduce you to public health. We would be delighted if you start thinking about public health and doing things in public health, and eventually one day growing up and really just leading the world in public health. And these are some of the careers. You can be a teacher, an educator. If you like computers and working on your iPad and your tablets, you can do IT, right? You could also be an administrator, or you can be like me, be a scientist, work in a medical school, be in a lab, write grants. But it's so many things that you can do as a public health professional. And so we're going to close off. There's a small video right here, if you just click that link. And then we'll see you all in the evening, and you'll hear from some of our other.
Even before a child is born, a quest to ensure its long and healthy life begins. All over the world, public health programs work to improve the health and well-being of communities by identifying the risks that affect different people, in different places, at different stages of life, and finding the best ways to minimize them. It's about giving everyone the best chance to lead long, healthy, fulfilling lives from the very beginning to the very end. A child dies every 3 seconds from infectious disease, but public health interventions can prevent this by promoting things like breastfeeding, immunization, and antibiotics. Where children die because they have no access to safe water or basic sanitation, public health programs can make water safe and conditions sanitary. Where research shows us who has the highest risk of developing certain conditions, public health applies it to the real world. It turns evidence into the advice and practical help we need to lead active, healthy lives away from danger. It helps us make the right choices and form the right habits that impact on our health now and long into the future. Poor health doesn't just cost lives, it costs money too. By preventing, detecting and treating disease as effectively as we can, public health can help to halt the spiralling costs of treatment, saving lives and saving money. Public health is about understanding the huge impact that our financial, social and environmental circumstances have on our health, and reducing the differences between us to make us all healthier. It's about making health achievable in mind and body, at home and at work, by supporting individuals, families and communities in the environments they live and work in. It's about working to ensure that no one is left out or left behind as we strive for better. Public health, preventing disease, prolonging life, promoting health, for everyone at every stage of life.
How about it? Let's give another round of applause to the group. I wanted to take a second because in real time right now, there's some advocacy going on, and there is a special person who's attending today. Her mom is watching a hearing, a Senate, New Mexico State Senate hearing right now on her phone, wondering if there might be an opportunity to pop out in the hall and provide testimony. And so when you shared the importance of advocating and the importance of youth and voice, Callaway has been a tremendous force in the effort that's ongoing in New Mexico right now. And like I said, that hearing is happening in real time in this moment. So thank you to Callaway for her advocacy in the New Mexico State Senate. It's about lunchtime, so we're heading in. Before we do that, we're gonna play our engagement video. So if they could cue the video up in the back, and then lunch will be served.
I know the feeling knowing that you feel like there's no one else to talk to because no one's gone through what you've gone through.
I do have a lot of friends at school, but there's also people that just don't understand, and it's kind of awkward. And I get a lot of questions about it because people are curious.
I wanted to go into film and fashion and business and all that stuff. So I really hope that throughout my high school years, I can really push towards that.
I want to go to college somewhere out of state, and I really want to do photography or fashion or both.
One of my biggest dreams since I found the Amputee Coalition is I've always wanted to be part of the Amputee Coalition. I feel like it is incredible what they do, and that they've helped me so much with learning how to be myself. Being an amputee is a blessing in disguise because you get to meet new people. You get to meet people that you've never seen. In 2019, we had a guy come to our camp that was playing an acoustic guitar with one arm, and I'm getting a prosthetic arm built so I can play an acoustic guitar. It's fun learning about other people and seeing that you have people that you can relate to.
They can do a lot. If they do something amazing, it might not be where it's just amazing. It's always, oh, look at what they were able to do without hands or without a leg or without this, rather than just being, wow, like they did an amazing job.
I feel a lot more comfortable because I mean, like, everyone's like going through like sort of the same thing, and it's just a lot more like positive, and like they like know like what you go through too a little bit, so it's very comforting.
It gets worse before it gets better, and just like to persevere.
It might be hard, but I know you can push through, and don't let anyone like bring you down, and like just be you, you know, like everyone's unique in their own way, so just do you.
Life has its ups and downs, but if you can try to take something bad, make it a good thing, like find new stuff, do new things. Don't think that just because you have an amputee means that you're limited, because you will never be limited. You can do just as much as a person with all limbs.
Is the Education and Training Manager for the Amputee Coalition. Prior to joining the Amputee Coalition, she worked alongside the military and veteran refugee communities with American Red Cross. Priya holds a bachelor's degree in liberal arts with an emphasis on education from California State University, Long Beach, and recently became certified as a master trainer and master instructional designer.
Everyone, I'm so excited to be with you all today. Thanks for taking the time to be here. Today, I'm going to lead you through a session about your elevator speech. So first, I'm going to time myself because we're going to come back to this in a second. So I'm going to start the timer. Hi, I'm Priya Sheriff. I'm the Education and Training Manager with the Amputee Coalition. I recently became a certified master trainer and master instructional designer. I'm really excited to provide more education and training opportunities to our limb loss and limb difference community. I became passionate about this community after working with military members and their families. I'm hoping to continue to meet more community members so that we can expand our education and training programs to become more inclusive and to meet people where they are. Okay, I'm gonna stop. So that was 37 seconds. So we're gonna come back to why I did the timer, but do you feel like after that introduction, you know a little bit more about me or some of my goals or some of my past experience? So the point of an elevator speech is to be able to provide clear and concise information about yourself to the person you're meeting in a way that makes them relate to you or understand your previous experience. So what's the reason behind the name of an elevator speech? Why is it called an elevator speech? Anyone have an answer? Feel free to shout it out if you know. There you go, awesome. So usually an elevator to go from one level to the next is about 30 to 60 seconds. It's also usually the time that you're in an elevator with someone else. So you want your elevator speech to be that concise, 30 to 60 seconds. It seems super, super quick, but we're gonna go through the steps of the questions that you can answer and have prepared beforehand so that when it comes time to do your elevator speech, you'll be ready. So going back to why I timed myself, so I was at 37 seconds. Like I said, I've prepared that speech. I still have it written down in my notes because you're always gonna wanna update it. You're always gonna wanna make sure that you're providing relevant information. You're always gonna wanna make sure that you're keeping up to date with all of your accomplishments and your goals, and your why will change. Your why will change with you as you grow and become the person that you're supposed to be. So let's go over some of the questions. The first question is, who am I? What does that mean? Well, before you tell people how awesome you are, they want to know your name, they want to know what school you're at, what grade you're in, they want to know the basics about you. So this is where you tell them your name and what you're up to right now. Number 2 is, what's your experience? Share what you're doing now and how you are trying to accomplish the goals that you have. This would be a really good time to mention any relevant certifications you've received or any volunteer work that you're doing. Number 3 is, what are your goals? Now is the time to hook them in, right? You want this to be interesting. So you're going to share how your goals align with the opportunity that you might be given, that you might be talking about if you're in an interview, or if you're meeting someone, maybe your goal will be similar to theirs. Number 4 is, what's your why? You've gotten them hooked because you've talked about your goal, you've done the basic introduction, so now we're going to reel them in. This is your chance to share what makes you different, what makes you stand out from everyone else that they might have talked to in the past, especially if you're in an interview, something that makes you different from some of the other candidates that they're speaking with. And then lastly, explain your how. You've made a super strong impression. Your experience and your goals are out there now. So now we're going to take it all the way to the end. You're going to end your elevator speech by going over the steps that you're taking to accomplish your goals. How are you going to get there? So at the Amputee Coalition, we work on our elevator speech during our certified peer visitor trainings. We want to make sure that our certified peer visitors and our junior certified peer visitors are ready when they're asked to meet members in their community. Whether they're going to a hospital or they're going to meet at a Starbucks, we want them to be able to provide their elevator speech in a clear and concise manner so that the person that they're meeting with, if it's the first time that they're meeting someone else with limb loss or limb difference, they're seeing how you're so much more alike than different. So when we get to the part of talking about our limb loss or limb difference, we've heard from so many youth and so many young adults that it's really hard to know. Do I talk about this now? Do I talk about it later? When's the right time to bring it up? It's always okay to know your feelings and feel those feelings. If you don't feel right about bringing up your limb loss or limb difference, that is completely up to you. For our example that we're going to go through today, we're going to include it, but feel free. Like I said, your elevator speech is always going to be moving. It's free form. Feel free to update it and make it what you want it to be. So we're going to try it together. Hopefully everyone has a piece of paper in front of them. It has, Camise, is the paper out? Oh, perfect, thank you. So you're getting a piece of paper handed in front of you, and it's gonna have some of these questions. Who am I? What's your experience? What are your goals? Talk about your why and explain your how. So you're gonna see lines at the top and then a blank section at the bottom. We're gonna work through this together, and then at the end, we're gonna move around a little bit and we're gonna talk to other people in the room and use our elevator speech. There should also be some pens at the front of your tables. Okay, so for the first question, who am I? In my elevator speech, I provided information about my name and my job title at the Amputee Coalition. For you, you might take a moment to talk about you might take a second to talk about your name and then what grade you're in, what high school you go to. Feel free to take a second to do that. The example that I have here is, hi, my name is Sarah Jones. I'm a freshman at Washington High School. So super simple. Okay, so moving on to the second question, what is your experience? For my example that I gave at the very beginning, I had talked about some of my certifications that I got, some of the work that I was doing. So here, the example could be, I just completed my CPR/first aid certification for my health sciences class. I enjoy volunteering with the American Red Cross, and I'm also on the tennis team. So take a second to think about what you might have done. Have you taken a babysitting class? Are you CPR first aid certified? Do you help walk pets around your neighborhood? What have you done in your life that gives you some experience that you can put here in this section? Okay, so I'm gonna see if anyone wants to be brave and give an example. Anyone want to share what they put down for their second question? Divine? That's amazing, great job. I love that. That's perfect. Okay, so let's go on to the third question. What are your goals? So an example here might be, my ultimate career goal is to become a registered nurse. So we're just following along with the examples that we have as a high school student. So what do you want to be able to say you're gonna do in your career? What do you want to achieve? And then for the fourth question, we're gonna talk about your why. An example might be, I became passionate about the medical field after experiencing my amputation. I've taken steps to become a nurse by joining the health sciences program at my school and becoming CPR first aid certified. So your why might take a little bit of time, right? You're gonna try to put all of your experience together. You're gonna try to figure out what is your reason for doing the things that you want to do, for growing the way that you want to grow and be the person that you want to be. But the thing is that, remember, you have to keep this within 30 to 60 seconds. So let's take a second to do questions 3 and 4. Anyone want to share? Zaylin?
For my goals, I would like to get a full ride scholarship in wheelchair basketball and get a degree in biomedical engineering. And my why is, with biomedical engineering, I've always had an interest in prosthetic technology.
That's amazing, great job. And you did it so fast, so great. Okay, so moving on to the last question, explain your how. What is your goal? What do you want to do at the very end? What do you want to say is your career? So the example is, after high school, I want to go to college and get my bachelor's degree in nursing. So this, Sarah Jones has provided information about who she is, what high school she attends, what her experience is. She was certified in first aid and CPR. She's enrolled in her health sciences program at school. And her ultimate goal is to become a nurse after high school and go to college. So she's given a lot of information in 30 to 60 seconds. And if you were to meet her, you know what her life path is, what she's kind of set out for herself. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let you all take a few minutes to finish up your elevator speech, and then we're gonna have everyone get up, because if you say your elevator speech to the people you're sitting with, they probably already know you, right? So we're gonna switch sides. We're gonna go to the opposite side and see if there's a table opposite from you that you can talk to, and introduce yourself to someone, meet someone new, give them your elevator speech, and then we'll come back and wrap up the session. So feel free to get up whenever you're done and start talking. I am loving these conversations. How do you feel? Do you feel like you've gotten to know people and can continue a conversation after they've provided their elevator speech to you? Does it feel like you can, keep that conversation going? Yes. Yeah? Awesome. Well, I'm so glad that I got to lead you through this session. Please practice. You have the basics. You have the questions that should be included in an elevator speech. You know how long an elevator speech should be. It's going to change with you as you grow, as you figure out what your why is or your how changes because you've had to take a different path. Put that into your elevator speech. It's important because that defines who you are. Try to do this at least once a day. Try to introduce yourself to someone, record yourself, time yourself, because that's how you're gonna get better at it. I was so excited to lead you through this, and I'm so excited to see the continuing conversations, and I hope that you continue to connect with one another. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Priya. Clearly, people are having fun with this session. It's my pleasure to welcome back to the stage Dr. Eileen Timmons.
All right, we're up again. Thank you, and I can guarantee you this time it's going to be more interactive than last time. So we're going to talk about project management today, and what is project management, and a pop quiz. So we'll have a little pop quiz, and there's gift cards for people who answer. So we're going to have some fun Q&A and then some takeaways. So what is project management? How many of you in this room raise your hand, nod your head, whatever you'd like to do? Let me know how many of you have ever worked on a project. We all have, right? All have worked it. So what I'm going to talk about today are some good skills that are used in corporate America, also in, nonprofits, construction, all different areas, and talk about the career of project management too, and how you can use project management in your everyday life. So, project management is an approach that is followed to help ensure that all project work is, created. So I'm not going to read all of this, but all of us have a budget, right? We want to know if we're doing a project, how much does it cost? Even if it's building a tree house, right? Or buying a bicycle, or adding add-ons to something that's a passion of yours. We have to have a budget and we have to have a schedule. So what is a project? Did you ever think you would have to look at a definition of what a project was? Right? So here's what a project is. We all do projects throughout our lives, and it's a temporary endeavor, right, that you want to complete to the end. So the project outcome is referred as the project deliverable. You're delivering something for yourself or others, right? And it might require multiple adjustments. Where else do we hear about some different things this morning on resilience, right? Adjustments in your life, adjustments in projects. So what is a project manager? Okay? This is some ideas of what a project manager might be. Someone who starts from the beginning to do a bridge to completion. They facilitate, everybody levers to make sure everything's delivered on time. Building a space station, there's huge project management there. Installing a new computer system, connecting hundreds of company offices into a network, developing an international training program, or organizing a fundraising event or even this event today, I am sure there was a lot of time and effort put in this by the entire staff to make this event go off wonderful. And they use project management. So it can be used in all different ways. So this is what a project manager is. Okay, I'll give you a minute to read it. It's a lot of wording. And how many of you believe that you are a project manager of your own life? We all are. You can take this definition and use it to yourself, how you manage yourself. So I want to let you know, if you begin to like doing projects and seeing things built, assessing the costs to completion, there is an entire career out there that is very lucrative, and it's called the project manager. Some people call it a PMO, project management office, and there's certificates at colleges all across the country. And you can get a PMO certificate or education in almost anything. We had public health this morning, right? There could be project managers for public health. How to check our water, how to do that, right? There's project management in nonprofit. There's definitely project management in healthcare all around, and also in science, corporations, technology, engineering, you name it. Everybody has a project manager, right? Implementing systems. So you, everybody in here, could use these steps. These 5 courses are from Cornell University, off their website, a project management certification, but there could be an alignment of this into your everyday life, right? And project management, they work all across the globe and bring in all different attributes and insights into guiding and completing a project to the end. So we're gonna have a little video, and it's 4 minutes long, okay? And it's gonna describe project management in 4 minutes. And it's focused on an organization. View it as if it was yourself. So it might talk about corporations, it might talk about, budget, it might talk about deliverables, but you can really align it to yourself, and then in the future, if you ever want a career around this, it's very lucrative, I can tell you. It's a great career to be in, because it can go across industries. So, and then there's a quiz show afterwards. So, shall we start the video? We don't want the pop quiz yet.
Project management is a structured discipline. So let's take a look at 8 steps to a successful project. Step 1. What is your project all about? The first step in any project is to define clearly what your project is and what it is not. The definition stage is all about setting your goal or your aim, identifying your objectives, and determining your scope. In this stage, you'll also think about things like constraints and assumptions. Step 2. Does your project make sense? At this point, you have to start thinking about whether your project makes good commercial sense. You need to determine the value of the outcomes of your project and compare it with the cost of doing the project and the risks involved. It's also important here to check the alignment between your project on the one hand and your organisation's goals and strategy and values on the other. Step 3. Who will determine your success or failure? This step is all about engaging with your stakeholders. You need to figure out who your stakeholders are and how you're going to engage with each of them. Some of them will be supporters, others will be neutral, and some will be detractors. But remember, the essential point about engaging with stakeholders is whatever their perspective, firstly, you can learn from them, and secondly, in all your dealings with your stakeholders, you must remain respectful. Step 4. How will you deliver your project? This is the step where we put together our plans. You need to identify the tasks or activities that are involved and how long each will take. You also need to determine the logical sequence from one task to the next, and this, together with the timings, will allow you to put together a timeline. It's also important now to start thinking about your resources, the materials, the assets, and the people you're going to need to involve in delivering your project. Putting these together with your timeline will also allow you to calculate your budget. Step 5. Engage your project team. One of the most important aspects of project management is your ability to lead a team. This is where you need to brief and motivate the people who will work with you to deliver the project. Step 6. Shift happens, so prepare for it. This is the step where we start to think about risk and risk management. You need to identify the risks, understand the extent of those risks and how severe they are, and put together plans that will help you to manage those risks actively. And finally, it's absolutely essential with any risk management that you take action on your plans. Step 7. Stay in control during implementation. During the implementation stage of any project is when things happen at a tremendous rate. You need to have a mechanism for staying in control, for monitoring what's going on and making any corrections that you need. It's also at this stage that you'll be thinking about things like reporting and controlling requests for change. Step 8. Close your project in an orderly way. The last stage of any project is to shut it down in an orderly fashion. The delivery stage of your project will end with the handover of the last of the deliverables or products that your project has produced. In the closing stage, you need to make sure that you learn any lessons, document anything that needs documenting, finish the admin, and critically, celebrate the success of your project. I hope you've enjoyed this short video, and if you have, the next step in your learning is to get to grips with some of the jargon of project management. Many people find they feel on the outside of project management because they just simply don't understand that jargon. If you want to feel on the inside, then click on the link and get our free ebook, Decode the Jargon of Project Management.
All right. So which step did you like the best? I heard a lot of giggles on step 6, right? So let's go to the pop quiz. So we're going to do a little quiz. It's just saying how you listen to the video, that I think you'll enjoy, this quiz. And if you, look it, we got an answer already. Raised hand. Oh, okay, hold on. So let's go here first. Number 1, how many steps is a successful project?
D, 8.
Oh, D, can I give you a gift card? Yay! Go enjoy. There's 8 steps. Now, this is one theory of project management. At the later, I'm going to share a little handout that we'll put online for you, which has really a detailed steps. So this is all from the video you just saw. Does your project management make sense? Go ahead.
A, determine the value of the outcome of your project.
Absolutely, it's A. Now, how many would take your time and meditate on it? Well, you could do that too, but the video said A. Create a mind map around your product. Does everybody know what a mind map is? Okay, a mind map is where you put an issue in the middle and you think about it, kind of meditate, and you draw lines and you think of the answers there. So that's not a project management. And put together planning, that's not it. So you're right, it's A, determine the value of the outcome of the project. Next, how do you deliver How do you plan to deliver your project? What is the major activity in this? Oh, yeah, that hand went up fast. What number? I mean, what letter?
D.
D, put together plan, that's correct. So by visioning it, how many of you think by visioning a plan, it'll just come to fruition? No, you have to put action behind it. You have to put steps behind it. Okay, via YouTube, well, you can watch things via YouTube, but you can't really execute it and write a summary. You will be writing a summary, but really putting together the plan is one. I made some of these answers easy. Oh, step 7, stay in control. Why is it important? Oh, I saw a hand back there. A, during implementation of any project, things happen at a tremendous rate. Does that go back to step number 6, right? Shift happens, right? And goes back to resilience this morning about bouncing back. You may have a perfect plan and something may change your whole way of doing it. You know, wasn't it Post-it notes were created by a mistake at 3M? They were doing something else and they created this Post-it notes. And how many of you used a Post-it note in your life? It was by a mistake. They were working on a project and they came up with it. So no, change happens at a tremendous rate. You know, there's going to have to be flexibility. You're not going to be able to control some things at a time. And you know what? You can't control others, right? So here are the 8 steps of project management. So in small groups, I would like you just to take them 3 to 5 minutes at your table and discuss anything you would take away from this. What personal school or work project that you might be working on now that you could apply the 8 steps. Did you learn anything new? Can you use this information to support your own projects? And then we'll just have a quick report out. You don't have to answer all those questions. So if we can wait three minutes, would that be good? Let's do it. All right, everybody. So I know that like I talked to a couple tables and they were laughing, giggling, but let's get a little serious here and see what you've learned from just that short video, some conversation. Anybody want to share a comment or two on any takeaways from what was just presented in that 4-minute video, besides the Starbucks gift cards? Anything? Yes, go ahead.
We talked about planning, how planning is important and making sure we have a good outline. And he mentioned a school project, a day-to-year project that they're doing. They're doing catapults, a life-size catapult to send out watermelons.
Oh, could we have the voice? Could we have the microphone to help? Sorry. Maybe we could. You could repeat it. It's a really good project.
We discussed planning in the project, and he mentioned that they're creating a life-size catapult to send a watermelon. And I told him maybe you should think about adding wheels to it, because a catapult at 4 feet may be a little heavy for someone of his stature and his teammates. So to take that into consideration, just having the right outline and plans could be helpful for a project.
Oh, that's a great idea. Not only that, you could have a moving watermelon thrower, right? That sounds great. See how the discussion is here and how you have the team, it would be a team support to bring in other information. Anybody else? Yes, back there. Oh, microphone. Let's get the microphone. Do we have it? Thank you.
Okay, so one of the things I thought about is, like we said in the beginning, when we start with our idea, making sure that when we come up with whatever idea is, that we think about, the underrepresented communities. When we were managing for a project, we don't just want to do the project and say, oh, it's going to help everybody. We want to make sure that the people we're trying to help are in the same room as us when we're creating, this idea. When we're going through the steps and creating the plan, we want to make sure the people we're trying to help are also a part of that conversation.
That is great. So that's very good. And the question what I heard there is, when you're creating a project, make sure you bring your audience in, right? And the people who are going to be impacted. And the people who might be empowered with the end results. Anybody else want to make any comments? None? How many of you use project management skills? I know everybody has. Now you have a little bit of outline to learn a little bit of more structure at times. Now, this is a resource that's in the PowerPoint, and I couldn't make a bunch of copies because it's like 45 pages, but it's from a website, is P as in Paul, M as in Mary, IEF.org, and it's Project Management Skills for Life. This resource has free classes, free activities for young adult youth, okay? And this whole Project Management for Skills Life document is about initiating the process, planning processes, has some templates in here for you, has some resources, has tons of templates on structure. So we will definitely get this linked to you, and I have the PDF document we can share with you also to supplement this training. But this is free online training for youth of all ages, and it's a wonderful program. It's by the Educational Foundation from the Project Management Institute. And the Project Management Institute is one of the best well-known institutes for project management around the globe. So, and with that, are there any questions? No? All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Aline. I'm really excited to welcome another AC team member to the stage, Trinea Reed. Trinea is the Workforce Development Manager for she created our Workforce Development Program. Her primary goal is to make employment opportunities, including youth, accessible to those with the limb loss and within the limb loss and limb difference community. And she wants to help empower people who want to work. She has more than 8 years experience working with individuals with disabilities and those with diverse and underrepresented populations. She has worked with individuals with disabilities in nonprofit, state, federal sectors, as well as the university level, assisting them with job placement. Welcome, Trinea.
Thank you, Ashley. Could everyone hear me okay? Awesome. How's everyone doing today? Doing well. Thank you, Divine. My name is Trinea. Like Ashley mentioned, I am the Workforce Development Manager for the Amputee Coalition. It's a pleasure to be here. Today we're going to be talking about engaging in career development. So YEP's Workforce Development Program is designed to assist those who are 15 to 17 years old living with limb loss and limb difference with career and professional development training to start their journey into the workforce. Some resources and programs under the YEP Workforce Development Program include assistance with building a resume, support with developing a professional career profile, mock interview assistance, training and webinars on career and professional development on job-related topics. And also very excited to announce April 1st, our launch of YEP Workforce Dashboard for our youth with internships and summer job opportunities for employers and organizations that we will be networking with. So some prerequisites for the YEP Workforce Development Program. So first, those who are interested in the program will first register with our Workforce Development Program and then complete our training sessions and resume completion form. Within our resume, a training session and resume completion form, the first step will be having a 15-minute appointment with me or a YEP representative to discuss your employment goals. Secondly, attending 3 required training sessions within the following topic areas: career exploration one-on-one, how to build a strong resume, mock interviewing one-on-one, how to search and apply for job positions, best dress and how to present yourself during an interview, and how to send thank you notes via email after an interview to an employer. Creating and uploading a professional resume to your profile, setting up a career profile on the YEP Workforce Development dashboard, uploading a professional photo, and once you complete all of those steps, you'll be ready to be able to search for your internships and summer job opportunities once completing and returning the YEP Workforce Training Session and Resume Completion Form to our workforce email. Here is a sample of one of the pages on that completion form that you'll see. As mentioned before, there'll be 3 required training sessions for you guys out of the following topic areas of career exploration, how to build a strong resume, mock interviewing one-on-one, how to search and apply for a job position, best dress and how to present yourself during an interview, and how to send thank you notes via email after an interview. So this will be a sample form that you guys will notice, and this form will be on our YEP webpage for you guys to complete and send back to either myself or a YEP representative. So exciting news, upcoming career development opportunities for YEP. So at our youth camp this year in August, I'll be presenting as well about her career development programming for workforce development. And at that time, the navigation of our YEP Workforce Development Program dashboard, where we'll be going through how to search for internships and summer job opportunities that you're interested in. Also super excited to bring back the Flint Public Health Youth Academy. Super grateful for them as well. And being able to introduce, again, public health workforce and the importance of our community being involved in that process. So one program that I think is beneficial for everyone in this room, and I've had a chance to speak to some of the parents in the room about this program, is the pre-employment transitional services that's offered through vocational rehab. So through this program, it offers students with disabilities with career exploration and transition to adult life. Some of the programs and services under this program include exploring careers, developing work skills, which essentially you could be linked to an on-the-job training program for 3 to 12 weeks, and different employers, Fortune 500 companies, nonprofit organizations to be able to boost your work skills. Another good thing about this program is when you're starting in the program, let's say at age 14 or 15, you're able to do 3, 4, 5 on-the-job trainings before you're even graduating, getting out the door to get your degree. So you're going to be a step ahead from your peers because you're walking out of high school with different employment opportunities under your belt from different organizations and employers. Also, which is important, is social and self-advocacy skills. That's very important to be able to advocate for your needs once you're in an internship, a summer job, as you transition out into adulthood, to be an advocate for the needs that you might need in the workplace. So each state has a pre-employment training, employment transition services program, and the services start as early as 14 years old. So applicants could apply for the program through their local vocational rehabilitation office. So vocational rehabilitation is a U.S. Department of Education funded program that provides services in every state for those with physical and mental disabilities. Below here, if you guys are able to click the link here, will be a sample of the page that you guys could go to, where it'll show, have a link for each state, where you'll be able to find your locale, put in your zip code, and search for the nearest vocational rehabilitation office near you to be able to apply for services. Can we click this link right here? Perfect, thank you so much. So here's the state rehabilitation services page. So you'll see they have Alabama, Alaska, Arizona. So whichever state that you reside in, you'll be able to click that link for the website, type in your zip code, and it'll be able to show the office nearest you within anywhere from a 5 to 50 mile radius. So super helpful. It'll show their local number. It'll show the supervisor that's in charge of that office. So super great resource. So who likes Jeopardy? Great, because we're going to be playing Jeopardy today. Could you click that link, please? Okay, who wants to go first?
To degree or not to degree, 400.
Oh, going big. So school counselor, do you think that school counseling involves a degree or doesn't involve a degree?
It does.
I think you're right. Let's see. Yes, it does. So you need at least 5 to 6 years of college to be a school counselor.
Ooh. Mystery question 400.
The name of the program that allows you to work on campus and use your salary to help pay for your education.
I don't know.
Who said work study? Correct. What is the work study program?
Job skills 500.
Ooh. The ability to judge what needs to be done and take action, especially without suggestion from other people. That's a tough one, I know.
I have no clue. I don't. You go big, or you just make everyone else not be able to do it. I don't have any clue.
I think Divine might got it. I think you're right. Let's see. What is initiative? Woo! Anyone else? Sure, go right ahead, Brandon.
To degree or not to degree 500.
Awesome.
Big money. I'm gonna get this one.
Software developer. What do you think?
Yeah.
I think you are correct. Let's see. Yes. Bachelor's degree in computer science or related field. Awesome. This is something you may want to do before your interview. It will give you a better idea about the company or job, help you discover details about the employer, help you learn what the company looks for in a candidate, and become a standout applicant.
What is do your research on your employer, on the prospective employee? But we have to say what is in Jeopardy, right?
Yes, yes.
What
You
is
gotta
do
put
your
the
own
what,
research?
What is in front of it? Yes, that's correct. Anyone else?
Guess the career for 500.
Awesome.
Never mind.
Issue landing and takeoff instructions to pilots. Monitor and direct the movement of aircraft on the ground and in the air using radar, computers, or visual references.
What is air traffic controller?
Perfect, yes.
I guess I'll try mystery question 500.
A process by which a government agency authorizes individuals to work after they have completed a program and passed a state board exam.
What is certifications?
Close. It's what is licensing.
You're so close.
Very close, very close.
Oh, we got another. Here, I'm coming.
To degree or not to degree 300?
Welder.
Not a degree. Not a degree.
Correct. So you don't need a degree. You can become a welder without a formal degree. However, if you want to be certified to be in like a welding opportunity, you could get a certificate for 1 year certificate or a 2 year certificate degree.
Okay, let me do interview etiquette for 100. We cheat.
This is a written completion of your education, your work experience, credentials, and accomplishments needed to apply for a job.
Resume. Resume. What is a resume?
Correct. Anyone else?
Oh, no, we got one.
Guess this career for 400?
These professionals assess the financial needs of individuals and help them with decisions on investments, such as stocks and bonds, tax laws, and insurance.
What is a financial advisor?
That is correct. Anyone else?
To degree, mystery questions 200.
Should you choose a job or career based off of how much money it makes?
No, because it doesn't matter about the money. It more matters about whether you like the job or like the experience.
Absolutely, absolutely. You are right. Any other participants? Okay, I think we're good to move to the next slide. So I'm leaving it now for a Q&A for questions, if anyone has questions. If you don't have any questions right now, I will be here for the remainder of the afternoon. If you have any questions, I also have some business cards as well. If you want to speak to me after the event, we could take some time to have a one-on-one meeting.
All right. So we're a few minutes ahead here. Remember, you can always take a break whenever you need to. But I think we all want a little bit more of the Flint Public Health Youth Academy if we could have them join us again. For such a fun session. Yeah, I'll get them all. And do you want the
yes, please.
Someone? Okay,
yes. Okay.
Okay, can everybody hear me good? Okay, so we got two options. I can either get up here and talk y'all ear off, or we could play a game. What do y'all want to do? Game. That was quick. That was a little quick. I don't know.
I mean, who doesn't love a good game, guys?
Yeah, I might have to talk a little bit, but no, I'm just kidding. So we're gonna play a game. This game is called Solve the Disease Outbreak. We've learned a lot today about what public health is and what falls under the umbrella of public health. Now, can somebody tell me what they want to be when they be older? I know I've been hearing it all day, but can somebody just yell it to me? What do you want to be?
Ooh,
See, that's public health.
Get it.
Somebody else.
There's a young lady back here I talked to. I don't know if she's still here, but she had a really good career choice.
Okay, go ahead. That is public health. So this game is going to help us to show you just how multifaceted public health is and how no matter where you are in life, what profession you do, you can always, contribute to public health. So let's
So what we're going to do is we're going to recruit you all, and you're about to become global epidemiologists. We're going to solve a world outbreak. Y'all ready? All right. So we're going to go to level 1. And this first page is basically, we get to pick one of the first 3 scenarios. So one of you all up out what the scenarios are.
So the first one is breathless in the Midwest. The number of people sick are 15, hospitalizations 15, deaths 7, location US. The second one is the Village of Gold. Number of sick 1,400, hospitalizations 1,100, deaths 400, and then location Nigeria. The Queen's Killer. Number of sick 62, hospitalizations 59, deaths 7, and in the US in 1 state. So out of those, does anyone have a preference on which one we do? The Village of Gold.
All right.
So today, guys, your mission is, your help is needed in a terrible outbreak that's affecting children. An international group that aids the sick has discovered a horrifying health emergency. More than 100 children in a remote corner of Nigeria have died, and many more are extremely sick. The sick aren't responsible to anti-malaria medicine or antibiotics. They desperately need your help to solve the outbreak. You'll need this investigation as a trainee. To become a novice, you'll need review each clue in the investigation and answer the questions correctly to solve the outbreak.
Do you guys
ready
accept
to
the mission?
this?
Are you ready? Yes. All right, we're going on a mission.
Okay. Doctors Without Borders has been doing some routine health work in northwestern Nigeria. This remote area with dusty and mountainous terrain, people here are very poor. Most are farmers or miners who dig for precious materials like gold. The doctors discovered that 3 villages are in the midst of a horrible outbreak. 118 children, many of them younger than 5, are dead, and many more are sick, with symptoms including vomiting, abdominal pain, headache, and convulsions, which are sudden, violent, uncontrollable shaking.
So we want to click the clue. Click the little clue on the bottom, see if it's another clue. Nope, it's the exact same one. So then we have a map of the region. So then read the question now. Yep, that's just the map being bigger, showing us where the outbreak is. Go ahead with the question.
Okay, so it could take days to reach the village. What should we do? Should we recommend that Nigerian authorities take a closer look at first, closely monitor the situation from the CDC headquarters in Atlanta, or should we go to Nigeria immediately? What do you guys think? I saw your hand. Don't put it down. I saw you.
Which one?
Go to Nigeria immediately. Let's see.
That's the last one. And then you said A. She said A, which is recommend the Nigerian authorities take a closer look. Which one you want? Y'all want to go with A or C?
We need a tiebreaker.
A? Okay. Ooh. You need to launch into action. You earn 0 out of 100 points. That's okay, though. That's okay.
That's okay.
This is a major health crisis. With so many kids dead and more dying every day, there is no time for delay. Grab your passport and suitcase, get your vaccinations, and line up your visas and security clearances from the American and Nigerian embassies. It's time to fly to Nigeria.
Immediately. Next clue.
Clue number 2, it's a major undertaking, but you and your team make it to the villages. There you find a terrible scene. Outside the villages, a graveyard with more than 100 newly dug small graves. Parents of children who died tell you that their kids had seizures, and you see that many of the sick kids are still having seizures. Others are listless, and some have gone blind. Most of the sick are children. There are some sick adults too, but they aren't as bad off, and no adults have died. What should we do next?
So before we decide that, in public health, we look at data, we look at information. So if you can click on cases, it'll tell us what the cases have been. Someone read that.
Okay. There are 3 villages in this area. Each village consists of open air dwellings and with dirt floors, separated by low walls. People from extended families live in compounds, a number of dwellings close together, enclosed by a common wall. Some of the compounds have their own well for drinking water, but people in other compounds use a common village well. A few of the villagers begin to wonder if the drinking water is contaminated. So like Dr. Key said, when we're using our public health brains, we start to look at the people who are sick, and then we start to look at what their living environment is like, what their life is like. So we want to look for anything that could point us in the direction of what is causing this disease. So like it said on here, some of the villagers are using the same well water. So we want to take that into account when we're thinking about why are so many people getting sick.
Questions? Go to the question.
What should we do next? Should we take samples of the sick people's blood immediately, get permission from the village elders, then take the samples, or get everyone away from the villages immediately?
Thinking public health, what will we do? A?
Else?
What you say? B?
Did you? B?
That probably is the proper thing to do. I don't know if that's happening in public health, but that probably would be culturally appropriate. All right, let's go with, who said A? Over here? All right, let's try A. It was wrong. What was it? Read.
Okay, because this is such an emergency, yes, it seems like a good idea to rush in and take those samples right away, but that could backfire on you. This is a traditional Muslim community, and you're an outsider here, coming from another country. You need to earn people's trust, and can't assume that they'll just go along with whatever you say. The first step is to meet with the village elders, explain what you want to do, and win them over so the villagers will cooperate. Now, us in Flint, we can relate to this, because when we had our water crisis, we had a lot of people coming in telling us what we should do, what we could do, what we did wrong, all this stuff. So it's very important to make sure that when you're approaching a community, whether it is a foreign community or even a community here in the United States, that you first meet with those people and engage with them so that that they know that you're there to help and that they know that they can trust you.
I think we have a future epidemiologist over here. All right, next clue.
Clue number 3. Now that you have the village elder's permission, you take blood tests of all the sick people in the village, including children under 5. While doing your research in the villages, you notice that in many cases, entire families are involved in mining. Many children work in the mines, and even very young children help their mothers break down rocks or dry the ore in their own family compound. The blood tests showed that the sick children have extremely high levels of lead in their blood, which means they have lead poisoning, a serious and often fatal condition. The sick children need immediate treatment, but you only have a limited amount of medicine. And the question for this one is, you have a limited amount of medicine, whom should you give it to first? Children who are the least sick and have a better chance of recovery, children who are the most sick and have seizures or in a coma, or children under 5, beginning with the youngest. Now, this was a really tough one. I see a hand. What do you think? B? Okay.
I see another hand over there. What do you think?
C?
Okay, we need a tiebreaker. Anyone else want to give an answer?
Okay.
It's very difficult to choose in this situation because you want to try to get all of them.
So look at the case. Click on cases.
As part of the investigation, you discovered that one of the 3 villages is not involved in gold mining and has a much lower rate of sickness than the other 2 villages. This leads you to suspect that the mining is to blame for the lead poisoning, since it releases so much toxic lead dust into the air. The people who mine gold don't have sophisticated machinery or protective equipment. They collect large rocks and then crush them with simple tools or their hands, without wearing face masks, goggles, or gloves. And they don't do this work solely in a mine either. Much of the work is done in the village, and some is even done in family compounds by mothers and children. You try to talk to the head of each household to find out whether the family members have been mining.
And click on the chart so we can see what the data is saying.
So Village A has 27% healthy and 73% sick or dead, and they're a mining village. Village B, 16% healthy and 84% sick or dead, and then Village C, 92% healthy and 8% sick or dead.
And the villages involved in mining have far more sick kids. Okay, so now we gotta figure out what out of those options. It probably, you say A? I'm hearing A behind me. Anyone else? Y'all wanna go with A? I mean, hey, he's here with the young epidemiologist. He just might be right. Let's try A. Nope. Keep it moving. What does it say?
It's an awful choice to face. Okay, my bad, go ahead. Okay, it's an awful choice to face, but in cases like this where there are so many sick and there's so little medicine, the best thing to do is focus on those who are having seizures or are in a coma. You simply do not have the ability to give medicine to every person who's been infected with lead at this point. And like we said, this is a really rough situation to be in, but we see this a lot, especially with COVID when the hospitals were filling up. Like there wasn't room to have everybody, in who just came in with a cough or, was having migraines. So they always, took the people who were the most sick and, gave them the hospital beds. So let's go on to the next clue. Read it.
Okay. You start treating the sickest kids with, I can't pronounce that, chelation? Chelation? Okay, chelation therapy to help them recover. You've learned that 2/3 of the family in the 2 sicker villages are mining gold. The mining could be responsible for the deaths, but because the villagers are so poor and this is the only way they can make money, they don't want to stop. You need to determine what parts of mining put the villagers at highest risk. When interviewing the families, you ask the type of mining activities they do. You need to figure out which of these activities are most dangerous. Let's click on the data. There are several steps to mining the gold. Some people break the rocks into small gravel, some grind the rocks into a fine powder, and some wash and dry the ore powder to separate the gold out, and some use heat to vaporize the mercury out. To figure out which steps are most dangerous, you have to talk with mothers who have healthy children as well as mothers who have sick children. In all, you gather the data about 52 healthy kids and 50 sick kids. Then you ask the parents about each mining activity they do, so you can calculate the attack rate for each activity, which would be attack rate, the number of people who participate in an activity and are sick, over the total number of people who participate in an activity. Let's click that picture right there.
And that's how you put the data in charts, and we start getting quantitative and qualitative data, right? And so this is showing us here our attack rate. So let's go back to the question.
Based on your data, which children are most likely to get lead poisoning? Kids whose parents grind rocks into powder, releasing the toxic dust, kids whose parents wash and dry ore, or kids whose parents perform the most mining activities? What do you guys think?
I think you should put the data back up so they can see it.
We'll actually put up the data back up too so they can see it.
So you see breaking rocks into smaller rocks, 40 kids were sick, 21 were well. That was the highest. Grinding rocks into powder is 33 that were sick. And then just washing and drying was 27. So we see activity in all of them. Do 3 or 4 or all of the above. So which one do you guys, so go back out. So which one do you guys think it is? Is it A, B, or C?
C.
You say C? I'm rocking with her.
Right, C
Let's try C. I'm just going with her. And it's right, because she's right.
Y'all are rock stars.
Give her MPH right now. Okay.
So great work. Take a closer look. You're right. Kids whose parents perform 3 or 4 different mining activities have the highest attack rate, 85%. The data shows you that all of the mining activities are unhealthy and that each additional activity makes it even worse for the kids. Keep going to solve the outbreak. 4 weeks after arriving in the villages, you're given chelation therapy to the sickest kids younger than 5. Most of them have improved, though many of them still have permanent disabilities. Teams of Nigerian workers and environmental specialists thought it was the best to remove the top layer of contaminated earth from the villages to reduce the number of people who get sick. So it was removed and buried far outside the village. They had to hurry because the rainy season is coming and such work will be impossible then. You've been working hard to educate the miners about the risk of this kind of mining. You tell them not to mine from inside their own compounds. They should always keep their living areas free of mining activities. Still, they don't have good protective equipment, and even when they follow your advice, most of the miners come home covered in dust, tracking the dust and when they walk to and from the village. So let's click on the data again. You've kept careful track of the number of cases since the epidemic started by using an epicurve. An epicurve shows how an outbreak changes over time. It includes date when a person became sick, the number of people who become sick on each day. Epicurves are updated as new data comes in, so they are always changing. The shape of the curve can provide clues about the possible source of an outbreak. We can click on that image. So when you look at this curve, what do you guys notice? We notice that it's kind of high in some areas and it's really low in other areas. So on March 21st or 24th is when they began the therapy. And then on the 29th is when they began the remediation of the environment. So you can see that after that chelation therapy, it already started to take a drop. And then after the remediation of the environment, it took an even bigger drop. But before that, it was high and it kept getting bigger and bigger. So we can click out of that and we can hit the health tips. Health tips. In this outbreak, lead dust from the mines was to blame. However, in the US, when children have high blood lead levels, it's usually because of lead-based paint, which was banned from the use in housing in 1978, and lead-contaminated dust. To avoid lead poisoning in the US, follow these tips. Make sure your children do not have access to peeling paint or chewable surface painted with lead-based paint. Regularly wash children's hands and toys. Hands and toys can become contaminated from household dust or exterior soil. Both are known as lead sources. Create barriers between living/play areas and lead sources. Prevent children from playing in bare soil. If possible, provide them with sandboxes. Pregnant women and children should not be present in housing built before 1978 that is undergoing renovation. They should not participate in activities that disturb old paint or cleaning up old paint debris after work is completed. Household dust is a major source of lead, so parents should wet mop floors and wet wipe horizontal surfaces every 2 to 3 weeks. So after hearing that data and those health tips, and based on the epicurve, which of the following do you think is happening? The epidemic is better, but hasn't gone away. The treatment hasn't worked. The epidemic is better, but miners are still getting too much lead near their kids. The epidemic appears to be ending.
A, B, or C?
What do you think? B? Okay. Anybody else? We all agree with B? Okay, let's try B. And we're correct.
Look at this table. All right.
You want to read it?
So let's view our results. Hit the view the results.
We're still a trainee, but that's okay.
But
We did pretty good, guys. We did 900.
Give you guys a hand. So this is just, thank you all very much. We're done. So this is just a good example of how you can use interactive games to engage families in discussions around public health and epidemiology, and also one way to kind of create interest with young people on what really public health professionals do. So thank you all so much.
Well, that was so much fun. I feel like I could do that for another hour. Thank you so much to the Flint Public Health Youth Academy for being here today and walking us through what it means to be a public health professional.
Hello, everyone. What's going on?
Hello, how is everybody doing? Feeling good? Wonderful. Well, some good knowledge so far today, some life-enhancing knowledge. Yes? How about some life-changing knowledge? Yes, for you and for you to inspire others. So think about it. You have just learned how to work with the CDC to solve an outbreak. Thank you very much, right? So where is the CDC located at? Anyone? Atlanta! So by show of hoop and holla, because that's what we say in Atlanta, hoop and holla. Who's from Atlanta? Whoo! Right here. All right, by show of hoop and holla, who is from the Chicago area? Woo! Nice.
Right?
Representing. Very nice. Well, on behalf of Atlanta, Georgia, and Chicago, Illinois, it is an honor to be here with you guys today and have a discussion with youth on protecting your mental wellness and providing tools and coping skills for when life challenges you. Up here with me are Millie Huckabee and Elizabeth Moranto of Sage Therapy Chicago. And we are honored again, Chicago. Woo! Come on, let's get some energy. So I'm going to hand over the mic to Millie, and she's going to share a little bit more about Sage Therapy and a lot more on your main presenter today, Elizabeth.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Millie. I am the founder and CEO of Sage Therapy Chicago. Thank you so much for having us here with you today. So I want to tell you a little bit about Sage, but first I have a question for you all. What do you guys think of when you hear the word therapist or going to therapy? Someone you trust? Yes, absolutely. Which is awesome. And then that's actually part of our mission, because for so long now, the stories in the past about therapy have been that it's not a good thing, or that it's not normal, or that there's something not good about it. But it is really our mission here to break down those walls and outdated narratives and say that therapy is a good thing, that therapy is a normal thing, and that taking care of your mental health matters because you matter. We recognize so much how difficult it can be navigating this world, that it's often confusing and even scary at times. And so that's where we come in. We see clients from all walks of life, age groups, and identities. And we see kids and teens just like you. So one of our incredible therapists is here with us today. Elizabeth and I work together, and she is absolutely incredible. I can honestly say she's one of the most funny and caring people that I know. Elizabeth works with her clients to help manage feelings of depression, anxiety, process trauma and life transitions, and also help with relationship dynamics and family dynamics as well. So from the words of Elizabeth, emotions can be such a scary thing to manage, but all emotions and experiences deserve time to be seen and heard. Therefore, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce you to Elizabeth Moranto.
Hi. Thank you, Millie, and thank you, Regina. I appreciate the warm welcome. And how are y'all doing today? What's going on? Well, today our topic is mental health and wellness and why it's so dang important. And so before we get started though, there we go. We're gonna take a mindfulness moment. So if everybody can get seated in your seats, just kind of pay attention to how your body's feeling right now, and we're gonna follow along with the GIF on screen. So when it gets back to the bottom, we're gonna start by inhaling. We'll hold at the top, and then we'll let out some exhales. So again, let's start in, exhale, or inhale. Hold at the top and exhale, kind of feeling your body relax. Again, breathing in, allowing yourself to settle in the space, and exhale, letting it out. Again, inhaling in, exhaling. One last time, inhaling in and exhaling. Okay, so just before we begin, a few things about today. I want to offer a trigger warning. So obviously with talking about mental health and wellness, this can bring up a lot of things for some folks. So if you feel like you need to take a moment to yourself, take a deep breath, turn to your parent or caretaker who's here with you, students, and feel free to ask them to help with the conversation that you might need to have in that moment, or again, just take that breath. But for parents or caretakers who are here today, if you need extra assistance, Regina is standing over here in the blue, Millie is standing over here in the floral, and so feel free to raise your hand, kind of look at them if you're needing help to talk through something. But go ahead, take breaths, do what you need to do, and let's get started. So, definition and stats, I think, are some of the important things to bring into the conversation. I heard, obviously, that the CDC was just here giving y'all a presentation, so shout out to them for this definition of mental health, which includes our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. Our mental health affects how we think, feel, and act. So some important stats for you are the top 3 most common mental health illnesses are anxiety disorders, depression, and PTSD, which stands for post-traumatic stress disorder. Something that I think is really important for the age range of youth that we're talking to today is that suicide is the 2nd leading cause of death among people aged 10 to 14, and the 3rd leading cause of death for those 15 to 24. So this is an extremely relevant fact when we're working with youth, and something that we hope to, through these conversations, lower those numbers down. And so the last stat that I have here today is 1 in 6 US youth aged 6 to 17 experience a mental health disorder each year. So does anybody have a guess of what that number in total might be? I also have some fidget spinners if anyone wants to guess that we can hand out to you. A number maybe in the hundreds, thousands, maybe millions. It's in the millions. Go ahead. 6 million. 6 million, good guess. Any other ones? 2 million. 2 million, good guess. One more? 4 million? So the answer is, if Millie, you could hand the fidget spinners to the people that answer the question, but it is 7.7 million. So she was real close. 7.7 million people. So how do we get these numbers lower? How can we make sure that suicide is not the 2nd or 3rd leading cause of death for folks between 6 and 24? We talk about it. We come here. We have these conversations. We go to therapy. We engage in important coping tools for our mental health, which these are just some of the ones listed on the screen. They're not completely entirely all of the list, but we've got self-regulation at the top, which helps with managing behaviors and our reactions to our feelings and situations around ourselves. We have gratitude, so that's expressing thankfulness to those around you, to the things in your life. We have social support, so these are your friends, your family, your loved ones, the people who you talk to every day or talk to every week. Helpful rituals, so these things would be like brushing your teeth, flossing every day and night. It's also cleaning your room, cleaning out your backpack before school, things like that. Resiliency, so this is the ability to like bounce back, or kind of the toughness of taking on life's problems and issues. And psychological flexibility, I know that's a long one, but think about like a dancer or a gymnast and how they're flexible, they can do the splits. Psychological flexibility is like being able to do the brain splits. So being able to just be flexible about how you're recognizing where your current mindset is, where your current thoughts are, and being able to see somebody else's point of view. So for example, I love math, and I bet there are some folks in here who also love math, but I bet there's others who don't like math. So me being able to recognize somebody else's perspective of, hey, I don't like to do math, I don't like math, and being able to step into their shoes, that's what being able to be flexible psychologically within your brain, doing brain splits, that's what it is. So today specifically, we're going to be focusing on self-regulation. So again, like I mentioned, this is the ability to manage our behaviors and our reactions to our feelings and things around ourselves. And so you might be asking, why self-regulation? What's the need for this? Well, so self-regulation helps us to manage our reactions to emotions around us, like excitement or anger, sometimes frustration, embarrassment even. It helps us to calm down after something really, really exciting, like a surprise party, but also something maybe upsetting, like learning a loss of a loved one. It helps us to focus on tasks or refocus our attention on new tasks. And it helps us to control our impulses as well as behave in ways that can help us to get along with other people. So, what is self-regulation in itself? So we got a few different components. 2 of them are already up there, one of which is mindfulness. And if we go back to the GIF, you'll see Patrick Starr sitting. And most people think that it's meditation, right? Like sitting quietly in a room, just like om. And as much as that is mindfulness, of course, we can also practice it just by being aware, just paying attention to things. So maybe from the example earlier of brushing your teeth, paying attention to how the bristles feel on your gums, on your teeth, or paying attention to how your food tastes when you're eating it right now as you're snacking. So that's all about mindfulness, is just paying attention. Next up is movement. So all different emotions have different energies, and so with movement, we're allowed to get those energies out. So when we think about anxiety, for some people, it feels like a tightness in the chest. Or with anger, sometimes our bodies get really hot and like really coiled up and we just gotta like move it out. And so movement helps us to get rid of those energies from our bodies and helps us to self-regulate and to kind of become in a more calm space. Deep breathing is another one. I know we were shouting out Chicago. There's your quarterback, Justin Fields from the Bears. Heck yes, heck yes. So deep breathing is what he's practicing right there to stay self-regulated through his games, which is a super important piece of taking in new oxygen, exhaling out that carbon dioxide, being able to get less stressed as we're kind of going about our daily activities. Self-care is another component of self-regulation. So this could be like doing your makeup, as you can see from the GIF on the screen. But it's also things like bubble baths and doing your homework on time. And again, like I mentioned, cleaning up your room and saying maybe no to things that you don't want to do. And the last one is laughter. So laughter is super connective for us, right? Like when we're laughing with other people, we feel connected in some way, shape, or form. It's also another way to help us take in new oxygen and get rid of old carbon dioxide. So this is a super important piece of self-regulation that we do hopefully on a daily basis. So as we get into our lovely activities, we've got 2 up here. So if you want to go ahead and open up the packets that were passed around for y'all, you'll see that you have a stapled packet in there that has a bunch of different breathing exercises on it, as well as a couple journals, stickers, things like that in there. And go ahead and put your journal and stickers off to the side for right now. We won't be needing those. We're going to be focusing on the packet, which includes diaphragmatic breathing. So diaphragmatic breathing is a breathwork technique that uses our diaphragm, which is located right here, right underneath our lungs. It's a large muscle. And so it helps us to take in more oxygen, like I mentioned before, get rid of that carbon dioxide, but it's also known as belly breathing, because diaphragmatic is a really hard word to say, and it's the clinical term, which is great, but belly breathing sounds a lot more fun, and the reason why it's actually called belly breathing is because we move our bellies the most in the exercise if we're doing it correctly. Sometimes our breathing gets really shallow, which is normal. I mean, think about how you're breathing right now. So just kind of tuning into yourself. Like you might be moving your chest or your shoulders up and down, maybe not as dramatically as I'm like giving you the example right now. But when we're going about our daily tasks, we're really not focused on our breath too much. So belly breathing is a great way to bring the component of mindfulness, self-care, deep breathing, all the things that we just mentioned, to kind of help us pay attention to our breath. So let's practice it really quick. Go ahead and look down at your belly. So you don't need to look at me, just listen to my voice and kind of pay attention to where your belly is right now. So when you take in a deep breath, trying to get your belly all the way out like you're almost having a beach balloon, like in your tummy. And then as you exhale, you want to contract that. So you're trying to like pop the balloon. So we're going to repeat it, but so let's try to breathe in, breathing with your tummy, allowing yourself to then contract it in. Again, in, breathing in with your belly, and contracting it in. And so belly breathing, aka diaphragmatic breathing, is one of the things that's written in your packets that you'll see. There are also 3 different kinds that we had written in there, 2 of which are diaphragmatic or belly breathing exercise. One is another breathwork technique that's called shoulder rolls. Y'all can practice the shoulder rolls at home. The other technique is box breathing. You can also practice that at home. But today we're gonna be doing dragon breaths. So these are super fun and super silly. And as you can see from Toothless in How to Train Your Dragon, he breathes a lot of fire, right? And so how cool would it be if we can pretend like we're dragons for right now? And I know it seems a little silly, especially for the older folks in the room, but bear with me and practice with it because we want some laughter in here. So with diaphragmatic breathing / dragon breaths right here, right now, what we're gonna do is take a deep breath into our bellies like we just did before with the belly breathing. We're gonna hold for a count of 4, 3, 2, 1. And then when we exhale, we wanna breathe out like we're breathing fire. So pretending like you're a dragon. Either you can pretend to be Toothless, you can make up a new dragon in your head, but you wanna breathe out like, ah! Yeah. Oh yeah, I scared some of y'all. So let's try to practice it. We're gonna do it 3 times through, and I wanna hear your dragon breaths. Okay, so are we ready? Let's breathe into our bellies. Hold for 4, 3, 2, 1, and breathe fire. Okay, let's do it again. Breathing into your bellies. Holding for 4, 3, 2, 1, and dragon. Okay, one last time in our bellies. Hold for 4, 3, 2, 1. Great job. So please practice that, obviously, when y'all get home after, on a break, something like that. It's a fun way to engage with our kids, right, and be able to just practice a breathwork technique that's so important to self-regulation, especially for youth. This is a tool that is really complicated and hard that we get to learn throughout childhood and adolescence. So this is a great, fun way to engage with your kids in trying to teach them breathwork. So next up is journaling. So if y'all want to go ahead and grab your journals that you place to the side. Why journaling though? Like, why do we do it? Does anybody here, have you journaled before? Just at all? Any time in your life? I see some hands. Okay, I see some nods. Heck yes, heck yes. Does anybody journal like daily or weekly? Yeah, something like that? Okay, heck, I love to hear it. Because journaling is so great for us. It's so great for self-regulation on so many different levels. It helps us to gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and explore our challenges as well as problems, fears, concerns. It helps us kind of bring those things to the surface so that we can start to evaluate what's going on and be able to work to solve them, work for solutions. It can help us with our self-confidence as well as organizing our thoughts and schedules. It can help us to create goals. It inspires creativity. It's actually known to boost our memory, which is pretty awesome, as well as our critical thinking skills, communication skills, and of course, our writing skills. So today, we're going to make some journals. So obviously, we included some stickers in your packets, as well as those journals. So feel free to get your journals out of your folder like I mentioned before. Get out the pens and stickers y'all have and be able to start creating your journal. So some ideas of getting started with that might be writing your names with bubble letters, adding some of your stickers. If you're sitting at a table with other folks at your table, you can trade stickers if you feel so you want to. Go for it. And then draw some doodles. Maybe draw a dragon to remind you of dragon breathing. Maybe draw the fireball that's coming out of its mouth, something like that. And we have some examples that are up on the screen right now, actually made by Millie. Wonderful. So I'll give y'all about 5 to 10-ish minutes to kind of create journals, but if by any point you realize you're done decorating and whatnot and you want to start maybe writing journal prompts, we have some already created for you. So we've got 4 different ones. One is write a story based on the first thing you think of when you hear the word apple. 2, 10 things you want to do before you die are. 3, if you could change one thing about the world, what would it be and why? And 4, write about a time that you got angry. So I will let y'all go ahead and get started decorating. How's everything going? Yeah? Your journals look good? Heck yeah. Well, let's start, as y'all are working on your journals and whatnot, some Q&A. Does anybody have any questions that they would like answered at all? I'm here for Questions?
Well, we have some questions from our live feed.
Oh, great.
So
Heck
start
yes.
off. Yes, great. So Elizabeth, can you share with this wonderful audience, how do you know when you need to seek out help, or when's the best time to seek out help?
I think that if you're asking yourself that question, that is a great time to seek out help. I'm also a big believer in everybody needs therapy. No matter what stage of life you're in, no matter what's kind of going on for you, that it's really helpful to kind of talk out your emotions, your feelings, your thoughts, your experiences, whatever it might be, with somebody else who's supposed to remain unbiased and non-judgmental. So I think if you're feeling like you're not able to manage your stuff on your own, if you're crying a lot more, if you're just kind of feeling really overwhelmed, like that would be a really great time to seek out professional help, which I know we'll have a slide later on in the slide block that will have some resources. Yeah,
and make sure to jot down those resources in your new journals. Woo. Yes. So, what is the best way to seek out a therapist?
It's one of my favorite questions. So I used to work in community mental health and got this question all the time. So one of which that I always recommend to people is if you do have insurance, on the back of your insurance card, there's a customer care line number that you can call to ask them of therapists that are in network with you. But if you don't have insurance or you don't want to call your insurance company, you can also go on to psychologytoday.com or goodtherapy.org, and you can search via your zip code. So I think the one for Lombard is 60110 or 60181. So that's what you would search if you live around this area. And you can also click some identifiers on Psychology Today and Good Therapy to, like, if you want a male versus female or non-binary therapist, if you want someone who specializes in relationships or specializes in anxiety. So that would be where I would start first.
And I myself have used Psychology Today to find a therapist because it can be a little overwhelming. Mm-hmm. And so, just take a little bit of time, the filter function that Elizabeth mentioned, and then just read their bio and just go with whomever connects with you on their bio and start there.
Absolutely.
So, one of my friends leans on me a lot with their feelings, and I don't know what to do. Can you help with that?
That's a great question. With family and friends, sometimes we do lean on each other, obviously, for social support, like we talked about in the slideshow. If you're kind of starting to feel overwhelmed with that, I would definitely encourage y'all, students at least, to reach out to either a parent or guardian, maybe one of your teachers, to maybe talk about how you can get help for your friends or for your family member of what's going on. I'm a big believer in community is such a huge piece of wellness. We need other people to live. We're social beings. And so being able to reach out to somebody else, an adult who might be able to help you in a different way, is really, really important.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. The breathing exercise was great.
Yes.
But there's other options too. So a question is, breathing is boring for me. What else can I do?
Oh, heck yes. Breathing can be boring. And I want to acknowledge that because it's kind of like you're sitting there like, so what else can you do? Obviously, we mentioned journaling. This would be the on that PowerPoint with the self-care component of, okay, what do you like to do for fun? What can you do and be mindful of doing that you can find a lot of fun in? That might be watching a movie. That might be going out for coffee with a friend. That might be going and getting ice cream with a friend. It also could be taking a bath. It could be doing a breathing exercise while you're doing something more fun. So going back to kind of the movie or TV show example, like watching a movie, but also practicing a breathing exercise while you're doing it. So you're kind of distracting yourself from how breathing can be sometimes boring, but doing something that you might find more fun. Because breathing is really scientifically helpful for us. So I would encourage y'all to try it, but it doesn't need to be your main coping tool.
Well, thank you. Well, those are the completed list from our live feed. Is there any more questions?
Yes.
Perfect. Do you want a mic? Yes,
Oh,
you want a
absolutely.
mic. You always want a mic.
So my question is, what are the little things we can do as individuals to break down the negative stigma surrounding mental health and mental illnesses?
I love that question. Yes. Talking about it, which I know can be super, super scary and vulnerable, because it's kind of like with mental health and anything related with that, like it's so, it's vulnerable. It's individualized, kind of like how you're saying, but talking about it, like sharing when something's going on even for yourself, or normalizing, like, I'm a therapist and I also go to therapy. So like, I know that that's really important for me to maintain my own mental health and wellness, and I'm not afraid to talk about that and share it, because it's gonna help with the stigma. Especially like I said before, everybody needs to go to therapy in my opinion. So with that being said, just talking, sharing your experiences, being open to sharing your emotions, even if it feels really scary, like a lot of times you'll find peace with it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Thank you. Any? No? 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 Okay, perfect.
I'll go ahead then and share some resources. So the three up here, the National Suicide Hotline, so that number, if you want to write that down in your journals for future stuff, it is 24/7, always on, every single day of the year, 365, 366 if it's a leap year. But you will, if you call that number, you get matched with a trained crisis counselor who can help walk you through any emotions that you're having, any experiences, things like that. So the number is 800-273-8255. The crisis text line, I don't know why it's up there as this, it's actually 741-741, and all you have to do is text home to that. So again, the number for the crisis text line is 741-741, so that way you can text if you don't want to talk on the phone. But again, 24/7, 365, 366 on a leap year. So that's available for y'all's use, as well as Sage Therapy Chicago. So that's us, that's me and Millie. So both of us are therapists that work there. If you're looking for a therapist, I highly recommend y'all to reach out to us. You can find our website at sagetherapychicago.com, or you can give us a call, give our intake coordinator a call at 312-819-7381. Yeah, you can get set up with an intake and it'll be great. So questions I know we already went over. It doesn't seem like anybody has it. So top 3 takeaways though, just so that we can end this on a final note of what can you take away from this presentation? So hopefully the breathing, the journaling. So deep breathing can be a helpful tool to manage my emotions. Journaling is also another tool I can use to understand myself and my emotions. And lastly, having emotions is a normal thing that every single person does within this world. So I hope that these 3 things stick with y'all as you continue through your day and continue through your lives. And thank you so much for letting me take up some of your time.
Thank you so much to the Elm Medical team. I appreciate you, and appreciate all the questions that we received from the live audience as well as the audience in the room. So I'm going to bring, is she here? Dr. Eileen Timmons back. She's getting mic'd. Get her mic'd up here. We're going to bring her back to the stage one last time to talk about the ADA.
Hello, everybody. I'm up here again. So today I'm going to talk about ADA, the American Disabilities Act. And for many of you that don't know this, I was around when this was passed, okay? It was a 1990 only this was passed. Okay, 30 years ago, right? Which really was transformational at that time. People did not have access to buildings, right? To employment that could have been discriminated against, transportation, public accommodations, telecommunications, and other miscellaneous items. To just think back, less than 30 years ago, the bathrooms didn't need to be accommodated. Your job could not accommodate you, okay? Flying, going on a train, you know, all these items was not there until this act was done. And here's a definition of what a person with a disability has a physical or mental impairment. I won't read it all, but then there was an amendment, and that happened in 2008 to add to the ADA. And what does that mean? Major life activities, right? Major bodily functions. And it could be that you had them, and you still may have them, or you're still experiencing some type of effect from the issue. So, example, I shared with you that I experienced cancer. That was a disability under the ADA, and it's still a disability, right? Even if it's in the history, you can do it. And many of you, when you fill out applications for jobs, there'll be a ADA form, right? And I'll have a list of items that says, you know, have you or in the past experienced any of these things? And it could be depression, it could be cancer, it could be other things. And they say yes, no, or decline to answer, right? That's a personal choice to answer that question. Many organizations answer that question. If I put a yes and I'm the head of HR, it'll just go into applicant pool and it'll show yes, right? It doesn't get shared with your manager or anything. The reason why we ask that is because the federal government, if you're a federal contractor with any business, right, you have to file an affirmative action plan, which you should employ a certain amount of people with disabilities. So it's a way to voluntarily share if you have a disability, all right? So it's used for nothing else. So right now we're going to show a 2-minute video, and I'll stay up here. This is about what it is very easily and quickly.
Oh, hello there. Have you heard of the Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA? Yeah, the ADA is a law that prohibits discrimination against people with disabilities. This law ensures that people with disabilities are able to fully enjoy all aspects of society. Things such as employment, private business, state and local government organizations, public accommodations and services. The ADA defines a person with a disability as someone who has a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities, or a record of such an impairment. For example, a person who has had cancer but is now cured or in remission, or being regarded as having such an impairment. For example, a person with burn scars who's not impaired in any way, but is discriminated against because someone assumed they were impaired. Major life activities are things that most people can do with little or no difficulty, such as caring for oneself, seeing, hearing, eating, walking, speaking, learning, communicating, and working. Major life activities also include the operation of a major bodily function. These are things like the functions in our organ systems. The ADA's definition of a person with a disability is meant to be broad. Each person is different, and disabilities vary from person to person. Another thing to note is that the ADA still applies even if medication or medical equipment can be used to relieve the effects of a disability. Not all disabilities are alike, and some are more obvious than others. For example, someone who uses a walker or a wheelchair has a visible disability. But there are also disabilities that can be difficult to see, such as asthma, depression, or diabetes. Although these disabilities are not always obvious, they still have a way of limiting daily activities.
Scout, come here, boy.
Whoop, looks like I better go. Thanks for stopping by.
That's a quick little video just a quick oversight of what ADA is. Now, we're gonna have a little quiz now, where Starbucks gift cards again. And it's a quiz show. And some of these, you may not know the answer right away, but we'll talk through them, all right? So the first one is, a disability under ADA may also be covered on other laws, included Family Medical Leave Act, Workman's Comp, State Medical Leave, or all of the above. Oh, I saw her hand right here.
D, all of the above.
That's correct. D, all of the above. Thank you, Ashley. The Family Medical Leave Act is an act that you can use to help accommodate families. Like, so if my father was ill and I would want to go and help him, I would be eligible to go be with him for up to 12 weeks, either at one point, all through the 12 weeks, or intermediately to support that person. And come back, and my exact job is guaranteed. After 12 weeks, it may not. This was also just passed in the 1990s. So there was people who would have to leave their work and may have been fired because they were taking care of a loved one. So this is a federal law, and states have also implemented this law, and some states are longer than 12 weeks. Workman's comp is when you get hurt on the job and they have to cover for you, right? So if you're driving a tractor and something happens to you, it'll cover. And then again, state medical leave. So here, human resources should not discuss the details of an employee's disability with the employee's manager. In general, the manager only needs to know about the accommodation being provided. Oh, look at way back here, right here. True, that is true. Thank you. Yes, so what happens is that if someone needs an accommodation, even if they're in the present role, right, and they go out for surgery and come back, the company has the right to look at it and say, can we afford to do this? Can we not do it? And it's only done within HR, and there's a certain type of form with the point system and everything that you fill out to make sure that accommodation is happening. Okay, next question. Which of the following should not be considered when determining undue hardship regarding an accommodation for people with disabilities? Now, undue hardship would mean if a company is too costly or too much of a business impact to accommodate an employee who is disabled. Anybody want to guess? Oh, way in the back there. A, the cost of the accommodation? Close. Go ahead here. B, it is. The perceived productivity of an employee with an accommodation. So the cost can be examples. Someone might come in and say, I have macular degeneration. I need a special monitor. If it costs $500 more, the company should go, that's okay, all right? So, but if it's, somebody who's driving, who may have epilepsy and is supposed to be a driver for, that's their role, and then all of a sudden they have epilepsy, you can't have them drive. So can you find another role for them in the organization, okay? But it would be too costly to put them behind the wheel because there would be too much risk at that point, okay? So let's go to the next one. Employers are obligated under the ADA to eliminate job functions that an employee is unable to perform due to his or her disability. Yes, go ahead. One more time, false. Okay, they're not obligated, right? They can if it's a function that they can work around in, all right? We'll still give it to you for the second points. But yes, and I think, did you need one too, Callaway, get hers? Okay. And so anyway, yeah, so employers are not obligated, but they may be able to do that. The American Disabilities Act does not cover any mental or psychological disorders. Oh, right here. Right here. That's the, false, yes, it does cover mental or psychological disorders. That's kind of a tricky one, yes. All right. And I think there's one more. By law, do you have to disclose your disability to the employer? Right here, Brandon. No, it's false. You do not have to legally required to mention your disability while being considered for a job. You do not need to disclose your disability on your resume, cover letter, or under any other applications. So no, you don't. But what might happen when an employer asks you, you know, as you're going through the interview process and you're coming up to the offer, you know, can you do this job with or with accommodations? And then at that time you say, I can do the job with a minor accommodation or whatever, but you don't have to really answer that at that point, right? So just stay tuned. I mean, if people can't see that I have a physical disability, right? So they may not even ask me that, so. Okay, we had one more video. If we still have time to do that. Did I stay on time here? Okay. Oh, good. Okay, so if you could do one more video and then we'll do question and answer. And this video is only 2 minutes. It kind of closes the whole loop on the ADA.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to share with you some of the ins and outs of requesting an accommodation in the workplace. Did you know that if a qualified applicant or employee has a disability, an employer is required to make a reasonable accommodation for that person? Reasonable accommodations are adjustments provided by an employer so that people with disabilities can enjoy equal employment opportunities. It is important to note that accommodations cannot impose an undue hardship on business operations, and employers are not required to lower quality or production standards to make an accommodation. For an employee, making an accommodation request should be pretty straightforward. There is no need to include or mention the ADA or use the words reasonable accommodation specifically. And a verbal request is just as valid as a written request. However, a formal request is beneficial because it leaves a paper trail. Let's look at an example of a reasonable accommodation. My friend Daniel is having trouble getting to work on time in the morning because of his medical treatments. To accommodate, Daniel's boss has agreed to let him come into work a little later every day. If an employee needs an accommodation for a hidden disability like Daniel, their employer may ask for reasonable documentation. However, there are two specific situations in which an employer should not ask for documentation for an accommodation. The first is if the disability and need for reasonable accommodation are obvious. And the second is if information has already been provided supporting the ADA definition of a disability and the need for reasonable accommodation. Another time that reasonable accommodation can be necessary is during the application process. For example, an applicant may request an American Sign Language interpreter for the in-person interview. When an employer considers an accommodation, their focus should be on the abilities and limitations of the individual, not on the name of a disability or a physical or mental condition. This is because people who have the same disability may have very different abilities and limitations. On the flip side, people with different kinds of disabilities may have similar limitations. To be qualified for employment, an applicant or employee must be able to perform essential job functions. In other words, the job duties that are fundamental to the position. They are the reason the job exists. For example, if a person is hired to drive a vehicle, the ability to drive is an essential function because this is the reason the position exists. Well, that about wraps it up. Thank you for stopping by. I gotta get back to work.
Great. Well, I wanted to leave one resource. There's a gentleman in the Chicago area who used to work at Walgreens, and he was the VP of supply chain. And he made a transformational effort to change Walgreens. He had a son with autism, and he worked, and he didn't even have to do much. He went to a conference and said how many store managers would like to, do a pilot where you would have people with limited disabilities, mental disabilities, physical disabilities, work in your store. And he had a story that he wanted to share. Almost all the hands went up. His name is Randy Lewis, and he wrote a book called There's No Greatness Without Goodness. And he's retired, but today Walgreens has over 10% across the country, not only in the stores, their distribution centers, but also in corporate, where they have people with disabilities. And I was grateful enough to work with him when I was the head of HR at Muscular Dystrophy Association for 4 years, to bring people with muscular dystrophy into our workforce to go and then use that as a platform to go get other roles. So if you want to read a really good book on how workforces and the corporate America are changing it to hire people with disabilities all over the globe, really in the United States and the globe, that book is really great, and check Randy Lewis's website out. Are there any questions? Nope. All right, well, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure today being here.
Thank you so much, Eileen. So we are rounding out the end of the day, and I want to try to encourage you all to get up and stretch a little bit, do the 360 photo if you haven't already. That's going away, so this is your last chance. We're going to take a 5 to 10 minute break, and then we have a really special treat for you all coming up next. So short break. Get your pictures if you haven't already, and we will see you very soon. Psychology, leadership experience, and her personal mission in life to inspire greatness in everyone she meets. She has spent the past 24 years as an occupational therapist, personal development and mental strength and conditioning coach, helping thousands reach their fullest potential. Her clients range from Fortune 100 executives, artists, professional athletes, to high school and college students. Welcome, Coach Dar.
I love it. Thank you so much for having me. It's been honestly a pleasure from last night meeting some of you to today. And I just want to say, I know I'm here to inspire all of you, and I will bring my best, but you inspire me. And we all inspire each other, and we are on this road to build resilience every day, and we get stronger every day. And I have a talk that I'm going to talk to you about Rise, but when I come to places, I get a feel, and while this talk will talk about, I just have to say, sometimes God tells me to say something, and well, we're going to deliver what we're going to deliver. And it's inspiration. It's always going to be something that I hope you leave better than you came. And I want to start by telling you a little bit about my story. So we show the video at first, and when I show the video, I work in professional sports. So I was the Phoenix Suns mental conditioning coach, and now I coach in all the leagues, the NFL, the NHL, the MLB, the NBA, soccer, MLS. One of my guys was just playing. I was catching the game before I came down. And you know, I'm 5'2", and most of the guys are like 6'6", maybe 7'1", 6'9", and I get to come alongside them and help them on their mindset. So I say this early on because, just as you heard before, everyone needs someone to talk to. Everyone needs someone to work through things. And you don't have to have a problem to have to talk to or want to talk to someone. You should talk. And that's what I do with the pros. I work with them all the time on their mental edge. So I get to them because they're like, Dar, I want to up my game. Or I might work with a CEO because they want to stay at the top of their game so they could be the best leader they could be. Well, you know how you become the best? by making sure you work on yourself to be the best. So you keep working on things, talking through things, staying sharp. And then as emotions come up, because they will, because we are human beings doing this human life full of emotions, we learn how to work with our emotions. That's so key when we're talking about how to handle life, is you have to learn how to handle the emotions. Because emotions are going to come. It's what you do with them that really makes the difference. So I want to go back. It's like we're going to go through a little movie. And so that's the end game. You saw where I am today, working with these professional athletes and these CEOs. And my book is outside there that I wrote, The Art of Bouncing Back, which, by the way, that was supposed to be a chapter, not a whole book. But I had a lot of material for myself and the people I work with. Because the book I originally started with was called Awakening Greatness. And I wanted to share the tips about those patterns to greatness. But then there was a lot of stuff that I had to bounce back from and the people I worked with. And then we went through COVID and I was like, well, this whole thing has changed. And it became the art of bouncing back. Because bouncing back, we all know, is an art. It really is. It's not easy and it's art form. And if you know art is just so creative. There's not any one linear plan to art. It's beautiful. And that's what life is. Life is beautiful. It's artwork. You're all Picasso. You're all like Leonardo da Vinci. You are just the masters at your masterpiece, creating this artwork full of its ups and downs, full of its glory. And that's what makes beautiful art. And that's why I wrote the book. So you see the end game of that, but I got to go back. I want to take you back with me. And I started out, I grew up in Connecticut. I don't live there now, but I had a very Italian family. Like our family was like the Sopranos. If you've ever seen the Sopranos, that's my family. Like we have an Uncle Tonto, Biagio, everyone has a vowel after their name. I really didn't know when I was little that there was other than Italians because that's all I hung out with. And I was like, what is this? And I remember asking someone, I was like, you eat steak? And they're like, you don't? I'm like, we have pasta every day. It was cheap. It was easy. That's what we had. But I came from a very Italian family that honestly was so loving. Like our house was the house, everyone was welcome. We didn't have a lot. We honestly had trouble sometimes getting food. Like my mom was a barber, my dad was a tool and die maker. But we always had people over. Somehow, pasta. It's cheap. Everyone came over for pasta. If you can make a good sauce, everyone comes over. I don't make a good sauce. My parents would be very upset. But I say that because we grew up in a house where, like I said, we had to learn adversity and resilience. We hit adversity and we had to learn resiliency early on. We didn't have a lot. Sometimes it was a struggle. School clothes. I would wear like high waters or something. We'd figure it out and I'd be like, wow, this is really embarrassing. But it's like we didn't care. We just figured it out. And then my mom had her first triple bypass when she was 40 years old. My mom had a massive heart attack, which was scary. But I saw this woman get back up after a triple bypass, and she got up and she was in so much pain, but she never complained. She just was like, what do we need to do? How do I need to get better? And she got back to being a barber and helping people. And so I say this because, you usually learn resiliency from someone around you. You might be the person teaching someone or someone taught you on what it means to get back up. So if you didn't have that role model, but now you are a role model, I want you to know that's a major leadership position because people are being inspired on how you get back up and how you go ahead. So I watched my family go through a lot of different challenges, and then I went in to become an occupational therapist. So I'm an occupational therapist by background. And I saw my grandfather, he had a stroke when I was in high school, and I saw this therapist come in and work with him, and I thought, wow, she's working on his cognition and his vision and helping him. This is amazing. And I knew I wanted to help people. I mean, that's just how I was since I was a kid. I'm always for the underdog, always. And I think the underdogs make for the best story because you're always counted out, and you're like, don't count me out. Don't ever let anyone count you out, ever. And so I ended up going to school for occupational therapy. When I got out, I'd work in many different situations, and I worked in a children's facility for a little bit, but then my main part of my career was traumatic brain injury, stroke, and spinal cord. So that's where I took care of all my patients. They were probably the most challenging. They would come to us for a year, and they were the ones that they were told they would never walk again, talk again, things looked bleak for them based on their diagnosis, but I remember from the day I started, I said, do not listen to that diagnosis. We hear it, we respect that's what they say, but we're casting a new vision. Because if you shift your mindset and you look at the vision ahead and you set the mindset to, we can do this and it is possible, guess what starts to happen? Possibilities, doors open. So never count yourself out, because listen, medicine is beautiful, people are beautiful, but it's always an opinion. It's their best guess. But we defy odds all the time. We see people defying odds all the time. And that's what you do. That's what we do. We defy odds. But you know what it takes? It takes you shifting your mindset and having a vision. Because I could tell when I walked in the room, and when I walked in the room, I only had 30 minutes, maybe 60 minutes to assess a patient, and then I'd have to write up their treatment plan that would determine their stay at the hospital with insurance. And when you have a patient that might just be coming out of coma, you don't see always a lot. But what I saw is potential. If I saw them or their family with a mindset of we can do it, I was like, oh, we're going places. We got this. So my point is I could tell a lot by how people set their mindset. And so that's important for you, because how you see things determines your outcome. Because if you think it's not possible, then it's holding you back. But if you think it's possible, now you have opportunity. So you'll see that there's a parallel all the way through the hospital, through then when I went into business, and I'll tell you, and even into sports. I see it all the time. The people that think it's possible overcome. And if you just watch the Super Bowl, regardless who your teams were, and regardless who made it, there were so many examples of quarterbacks and people that were counted out. And they were counted out over and over. And I remember someone just saying, Henry, did you say you like Joe Burrow? Yeah. So he was was that who you said? Yeah. He was told over and over on his scouting card that he was not going to be good, that he wouldn't be the best. He has a video on it of everyone that counted him out. And he's like, you know what? They all counted me out, but I knew I would make it. And he did. So this is the theme consistently, is that we know that there's certain people that will count us out, but don't let you count yourself out. You be the number one advocate for you. And then get a team of people that are going to rally around you, and that's what you have. That's what you have with YEP here. That's what you have with the Amputee Coalition. You have a team of resources that are going to help you and champion you going forward, so you could look at all the possibilities ahead. So I just want to tell you, as I'm taking care of patients, traumatic brain injury, stroke, and spinal cord, I'm 25 years old. I had just gotten married. I just bought the book, What to Expect When You're Expecting. I wanted to start a family. I was so excited. Being Italian, it's like, let's go. Let's have some grandkids right away. And I had hurt my back lifting a patient. And I had sciatic pain. And that sciatic pain is really nasty sometimes. It's like you can't even move. So I went to go get some treatment. Nothing was working. So I decided I was going to go see a chiropractor. So I went to go see the chiropractor. I went in, they adjusted my neck, and I went home. And a couple days later, I'm on the hospital floor unit. I'm treating. And I go leave a patient, and I walk in the hallway, and then all of a sudden, the floor flips upside down, and the floor's the ceiling, and the ceiling's the floor, and I can't see it all. I can't even make my way. I don't even know how to walk at that moment. And so I know something's going on, but I don't know what's going on. And so what I do is I try to find my way. I'm in a hallway, but I know there's a stairwell here, and I could feel the railing, but I couldn't see to step, because you have to remember, when I look down, it's the ceiling. It's not the floor. So I actually couldn't see where I was stepping, but I could just feel the railing, and I made my way down. And when I made my way down to the bottom of the stairs, I could see again. So normally you would ask for help at this point, but I self-diagnosed myself, and I was like, oh, I must have a sinus infection. Who says that? I'm a therapist on a stroke unit. And I'm like, gosh, this pressure, I'm like, I must have a sinus infection. Pressure does some weird things. Oh my gosh. You just don't think it's going to happen to you, right? You just don't think these things are going to happen to you. I was the person that was going to help everyone. I just didn't think I was going to need the help. So days go on. This kind of goes back and forth until it gets really bad. Long story short is I end up going into the hospital, and they misdiagnosed me. What they saw was an image in my MRI, and they told me I had a brain tumor. So I went home thinking that I had a brain tumor that was causing all these symptoms, and they were just feeding me medication to cover up the symptoms, nausea, balance, vomiting, all of that. So I went home and I decided that, okay, something's not right, and it didn't feel right to me. So we've been talking about advocacy, and we keep saying it over and over, be an advocate for yourself, be an advocate. I just knew something was not right. So I found my own neurologist. I was like, this is not working. Found my own neurologist, and he said, Dar, did you get into an accident? Did anything happen to your neck? And I said, don't you think I would know something happened if I was in an accident? No, he's like, any trauma to your neck? And I'm like, well, I'd gone to see the chiropractor, and his face like, uh-oh. He goes, I know what happened. I'm sending you for one more image. And when they took the image, you know when everyone like knows something's wrong? Because they did one more MRI of my brain, and then it got real quiet, and everyone's face just went, like I saw it, like they're like, oh, sugar. Something is really wrong. And they were gonna admit me right back into the hospital, but they called the doctor, like, send her home, we've got it covered. So when I followed up with him, he goes, do you want the good news or the bad news? I'm like, good news? He's like, well, there's gonna be scar tissue forming around something in your brain. I go, what's the bad news? He's like, Dar, you suffered a stroke. When you went to go see the chiropractor and they manipulated your neck, they ripped the artery to your brain. So he's like, and you're bleeding in your brain. I was like, he goes, and you have a blood clot that is built up over this time. When they misdiagnosed you, what happened is the blood clot was slow, but then what happened is when I felt all the symptoms, it literally blocked all the blood supply to the left side of my brain, so I wasn't getting any blood flow. So if you know anything about the brain, your carotid arteries feed the front of your brain, the vertebral arteries feed the back of your brain. I was not getting any blood flow to this side of my brain. But you know what? It was hard, and it was one of those things I almost really didn't accept it at first. I was like, so what's this mean? Because I didn't have paralysis, but I had vision, like I would lose half my vision. I would have balance problems, but I just kept trying to work through it. And I ended up overcoming this, and I worked through it, and scar tissue did develop around it, but it definitely caused a lot of challenges. And they told me at that time, I was training for a marathon. I loved running. They said, don't run marathons anymore, because if you push your blood pressure too high, it's gonna cause the clot to dislodge, and you could die any day. You shouldn't have children, because if you go to get pregnant, it will push the blood pressure and the clot will dislodge. He's like, so you have to make a decision. Do you wanna have a child that has no mother? Because that's probably what's gonna happen. I was like, well, no, I don't want to have a child that doesn't have a mother. So he's like, then your answer should probably be no, you're not going to have children. But you're 25. You're going like, and I want to say culturally being Italian, like part of it is you provide family. Like it's just you, it's all part of our culture. So as a woman, I was like, what is going on? And then I'm thinking, these are the people I take care of. Like, what are the chances of this? But it's the beauty and the blessing of the hardship of things that you learn later on, that everything does happen for a reason. And I wish I could tell you that that was my only stroke. I've had 3. My last one was just 3 years ago. So I had my first one at 25. I had my second one maybe like 6 years ago, and my third one about 3 years ago. I had just been with the Phoenix Suns. I was with the basketball team. I was at every game, shoot around, practice, video. I was hitting the stride of my career, and I was so excited because I worked so hard from the others to bounce back, literally so hard. I did my rehab. I did everything that I needed to. You're hitting your stride again, and then all of a sudden, one day I had a migraine, and it was really bad, and I don't get them often. And that was on a Monday, and by Thursday night, the pain was so bad in my head, I literally couldn't sleep, but I had a big meeting, work meeting on Friday, and I thought, let me just get through this work meeting on Friday. Again, I know sometimes we're our own worst enemies as far as taking care of ourselves. I'm not telling you I'm perfect in any way, but I'm just so used to helping that sometimes I forget to take care of myself, and maybe some of you feel that way some days, but be an advocate, take care of yourself. But what I want to say is by the end of the week, Friday, I came out of the meeting and I was staggering across the parking lot. And if I live in Scottsdale, Arizona now, and it was May and it was already starting to get to be the hundreds, and I was like, Lord, please don't let me fall and like pass out on the concrete. It's going to burn my face off. Like, it's so hot here right now. Like, maybe on the grass, which there is no grass in Scottsdale. So I was like, we're just going to have to get somewhere in case I fall. So I got in the car and I just drove around the corner. There was this one medical place. So I walk in where I usually go for treatment. And when I walk in, they're like, oh, Dar, we don't take your insurance anymore. I was like, okay. I'm like, well, I'm having a problem here. And the doctor that normally sees me, and she's like, Dar, sit down. I was like, yeah, there's something going on right now. My speech was not coming out correctly. And she's like, you're having another stroke. I was like, yeah, I think so. And so she said, I'm going to take your blood pressure, but we're going to call an ambulance. I was like, no. I would be like, that's going to be a price of the country. Don't call the ambulance. If you don't even cover me here at this medical, like, little facility, like, no. Don't. She goes, well, what are you going to do? I go, I'll Uber. Let me just Uber. It's 1 mile. The hospital is 1 mile. Like, come on. What's going to happen in 1 mile? She's like, Darlene. I was like, listen to me. I got this. She's like, you're crazy. I was like, 1 mile. I'll get there. She goes, here's a note. I'm calling the hospital. Give them this note when you walk in. So the Uber driver brings me to the hospital, to the ER. He thinks I'm going to visit a friend. I get out of the Uber and the guy goes, I hope your friend's okay. I said, okay, I'll tell her. Thank you. So I walk in, and sometimes humor is a defense mechanism for me. Plus, I don't know, I feel like I am generally happy all the time, even when things are bad. I might get a little upset, but I walk into the ER, and I think it's because it's my third one. I'm like, oh, I know this rodeo. So I walk in, I give them a note, and I go, and they look, they go, why are you smiling? I go, well, what am I supposed to do? I'm like, it's smile or cry at this point, and I'm hoping I make it through this. And the guy goes, this isn't normal. I go, it's my third one. Just get me through this, okay? So I sit down, and as I'm sitting there, you have to understand, at this point, 3 years ago, my mother, who is my best friend, she had just had a stroke a month before. So I didn't want to call home to Connecticut to be like, in case something happens and I don't wake up, this is what's happening. So I didn't call home because I didn't want to bother anyone because she had just had a stroke. I would have given her another one if I called home and said, hey, I'm having a sympathetic pain here and I'm having a stroke with you. So she would have just been like off her rocker because she couldn't do anything. So I didn't call home, but there was that moment that I sat there and I'm in the ER and I thought, what if something happens and I don't wake up? No one knows. So I tried to text. My phone was about to die. I asked someone if I could get my charger. They told me no. They said, lady, we're trying to treat you for a stroke. Now's not the time to worry about your phone. But I texted one of my friends, my best friend, and I just said, hey, I'm at the hospital. I'm at Honor Healthcare. Well, there's like 20 of them in Scottsdale. I didn't tell her which one. I go, I have to go in for testing. She ended up finding me. But while I was sitting there in that moment, here's a lesson I want to teach you. I looked at the heart monitor. And when you look at the heart monitor, it's up and down, dun, 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 dun. You want to see a strong up and a down beat. You do not want to see a weak heartbeat because you know what that's leading to, a flat line, okay? So I am hoping that my heartbeat stays strong. And every once in a while, it starts to go a little low. And I'm like, really, it's in those moments, I'm like, oh my gosh, am I gonna die? Like, is this what happens? And you're questioning everything and you're thinking, wow, this is crazy. In this moment, I'm like analyzing everything. And then a lesson came to me while I'm having a stroke. And I thought, a coaching lesson, because this is how my head works. I go, isn't this interesting? Everyone wants to coast in life. Everyone wants to just coast through life. They don't really want the ups and the downs because it's hard. They just want to coast. You just want to have it easy in school. You want to have it easy with your friends. You want to have it easy when you decide where you're going to go to college if you decide. You want to have it easy in your relationships. You just want to have it easy in life because, hard's hard. But here's the thing I want you to know. Flatlining and coasting in life does not help you grow, and it does not really give you the full meaning of life. The ups and the downs, the heartbeat of life, the upbeat and the downbeat, and the back up beat, and the downbeat, and the back up. That is where you build resiliency. That's where you get gritty. That's where you get strong. It's in the fighting for life. It's in the fighting for the relationship. It's the working through the struggle that you build strength, that you appreciate the good days. Like, I don't always feel good every day. But when I feel good, like today, I feel really good. And I'm like, oh gosh, I'm so glad I feel really good today. Because not all days I feel good. You know how that is. Sometimes you have pain, and then when you don't have the pain that day, or even just for a couple hours, you're like, oh, this is so good for right now. I get it. But what I want you to know is that we wouldn't appreciate the good days if we didn't have the bad days. We wouldn't appreciate having family if we didn't have the challenges. We wouldn't appreciate the days that we have opportunity for life, or any of it, if we didn't go through the challenge. And I will tell you, all of you are amazing because you've already been through so much adversity so early on that you are so much more equipped. You are equipped. I mean, literally, I have a player right now that is going through such a severe injury early in his career. And I said, you going through this early and you having to build this resiliency is going to help you light years ahead of others that have been in the league 10 years, I promise you. Because when you could learn how to get through adversity early on, it kind of sets you up. You have a little bit of an advantage. I'm serious. This becomes a competitive advantage, which I know people are like, Dar, what do you mean me having this injury, diagnosis, problem, challenge, whatever it may be? How is this a competitive advantage? It is. Reframe the game. One of the best things you could do is reframing situations. When you reframe the game, you start to have a competitive advantage because you see adversity as a way to advance you. You start seeing obstacles as opportunities. You start seeing problems as possibilities. Like, you become the one that when it comes, you're like, let's go, because it's getting you stronger. We know the whole thing that people say when you go to the gym and you lift weights. The reason you add more weights is because you're adding more pressure. The more pressure you build, the bigger your muscle gets. That's the same with our mental muscle. The more we go through, the stronger it gets. That's why, honestly, not that I'm downplaying a third stroke, but I really was. By the third one, I was like, know this rodeo, let's go. Yes, it was the hardest one to come back from. The third one, and I pray I don't have a fourth one, but that was the hardest. I literally I had expressive aphasia, which is I knew the words I wanted to say, it wouldn't come out. I had motor apraxia, where I knew what I want. I'd try to go put concealer on my eyes, I'd put it on my lips. I'd try to throw something out with my right hand, my left hand would throw it out. I knew what I wanted to do, but my body wouldn't do it. I'd be walking and I'd stagger, and I'd tell people, don't worry, I'm not drunk, this is how I walk. But I mean, I couldn't hold a pen. And by the way, I was in the process of writing my book. Again, it wasn't called this, it was called something else. But I was in the middle of writing, and now I no longer could hold a pen. And by the way, I no longer could read, not because I couldn't see words, but it looked like a puzzle that gave me a headache every time I looked at any image on paper. And so I'd get headaches all the time. And so I couldn't read, I couldn't write. All I could do was listen to things. So I was sitting there trying to recover in Arizona in the summer, which it's 120 degrees. It's really hot. Couldn't do much to get outside, and I would tell you, there were days it was really hard. I got really depressed at some days. It was really sad, and I just wanted to get through this faster. I was like, what do I need to do to get through this faster? But then what I did is I said, Dar, if you still have life and you still have ability to get up, then get on camera. Start giving people inspiration. Start teaching from this. That's what I did when I started my own practice years ago. So I went back to my roots and I started speaking, and this was before COVID, before people were on Zoom, and I just started speaking to people. So I thought, I can't get to them, but I could still reach them. So I started putting out videos, and it started helping people. And by helping others, it helped me. It gave me purpose again. And that purpose is what kept me going, and that helped me rise back up. So when you put yourself in service, it really does come back to you. Because we're not here for ourselves. Even in all of our struggle, we're not here for us. We came with a gift and a talent that the world needs, and they need us to show up and use it. And that gets us up every single day. That gets me up. So I want to talk to you about these points about Rise, because I went from the hospital, working, treating patients. Then when I was told that I could die any day, I said, well, at 25, I was like, well, then I want to go fix healthcare. You know how big that is of a challenge. But I decided I want to go fix healthcare. And there was this big job that opened up at the hospital, and I applied for it, like a very large executive job, which I was not qualified for. But you know what? The COO, this amazing woman, she said, let Dar come interview for this position. She's definitely not qualified, but I just want to talk to her. So I sat down and she said, you're either crazy or you could actually do this. She's like, you got to go back to school though, Dar, in order to sit at the table to help affect change. So I did. Went back to school for business, and then by 28 years old, I was president of a healthcare company. I ran a healthcare company, I ran a staffing company, I ran a recording studio in Nashville and a record label, all at the same time. That's for another day, another story. The people that I worked for, they owned all of this, and I worked for all of them. What I did is I threw myself into work, though. Again, it was probably a coping mechanism, but I was so driven on making change that I did everything I could to make change. So in 2008, when the recession hit, I saw people losing their jobs, I saw people giving up, I saw suicide on the increase, and I said, hold up, this cannot be. I just helped people overcome the most extreme odds for most of my career. Then I helped people turn around businesses and things that they never thought possible, all because it's mindset. So I literally left everything I knew in 2008 to start my own practice. Well, who starts a business in the middle of a recession? My father goes, is this the stroke speaking? Because you don't have a client or a business plan. I said, no, this is passion speaking. Like, I felt called to go serve people. And I literally started speaking for free anywhere I could, shifting people's mindset, giving them the tools, science, psychology, and leadership, and said, all you need to do is reframe this. And then people started coming saying, Dar, I need your help on this. Hey, I want to get to this level, but there's a limitation somewhere. Help me. And my practice has grown. It's been word of mouth since 2008. I've never marketed a day in my life, and I've spoken now 36 different countries, multiple world leaders, places that I never thought possible, all over the world, to help people shift their mindsets and work in the pros and all that. I'm not any more special than anyone else. I'm just driven with passion to serve people, and I have the tools that God gave me to deliver it to them. You have the same. You just have to take your gifts and talents and you meet the world's needs with it, and that is purpose. And it doesn't take anything special. It just takes you to find what that is for you, meet the world's needs, and go after it. And don't let anyone tell you you can't. It's all in your mindset. So, in saying that, I want to go through these points with you today on how to rise back up when you hit adversity. The first thing I want to talk to you about is, in order to rise, we often have to start with releasing what's weighing us down. And what's usually weighing us down, I usually have big weights, but I was going to take them from the gym here, but there's not a lot of them, so I left them there. But imagine I have these heavy weights when I pick it up, because it really makes for a better image, but I didn't want to steal from the gym today. I didn't ask permission, so I figured I shouldn't take them. But usually the weight that's holding us down is the mental weight. It's what we're thinking. So the first one that often we pick up is this weight of comparison. How often have you sat there and compared yourself to someone else? Raise your hand. Have you ever compared yourself? Social media, other people, people doing the job, people in your school, whatever it is. You're holding this weight of comparison. And so you are sitting there comparing yourself to someone else, and it's weighing you down. And you mentally carry this. April, May, June, July, August 2021, 2022, we're into 2023, and you're still comparing, and it's getting heavier. And now you're not reaching your full potential because you're comparing yourself to someone else. Oh, look at how they do it. Oh, they do it better. Everyone does this, but what I want you to understand is we're comparing what we heard, the highlight reel of someone else, to our everyday, and that's not fair. Because everyone's just showing you generally on social the highlights. They're not always showing you the hard, everyday moments. They're not. So you're comparing. You might see someone on vacation and you're like, oh, I'm home. I haven't been on a vacation. I don't even know how long. I haven't been on. It doesn't matter. My point is, are you in service and are you happy with where you are today? And you find micro moments that you could find joy in. You don't have to be somewhere else to find joy. You have to find how to find joy where you are. And you do that by starting to release the weight of comparison. Because by the way, when we start comparing to someone else, we start losing sight of how we were created. You were specially made for your purpose. When you compare to someone else, you're literally knocking how you were created, literally, which was for greatness. You didn't come in this world to just be average. You came in this world to be great, to serve, to be of service to others, to use your gifts, to shine your light. And by the way, service does not mean you have to go out of the state or country. Be of service with your family. Be of service with your community, your friends. Show up. Bring light to the spaces that you walk into. That's service. Because we're in a world where sometimes it gets dark. You just coming in with a smile. You just coming in with a hug. That's service. You coming in with the mindset of we can versus we can't. So let go of that comparison because it's holding you back. You know, the other weight that we pick up is we pick up this need for approval. This need of approval. Like, we need someone's approval to do something. We need them to approve us to be significant. Let me give you an example of this. I'm working with one of the teams, and this player doesn't know that I'm their mental skills coach, and he comes by and he's like, do you want my signature? I was like, no. I go, you want mine? He's like, no. I was like, okay. He's like, weren't you just waiting here for a signature? I go, no. He's like, okay. And he goes, well, what are you doing here? I go, I'm your mental skills coach. He goes, oh, sugar. But so we started to have a conversation about it. And he said, I go, you know what? It's just for me. I go, I don't often take signatures. If you're ever going to write me a message, like write me a message. Don't give me just your signature. Like, what am I going to do with your signature? I'm not selling this. Like, write me a note. Tell me something you want to tell me. Otherwise, I don't need it. And I go, do you want my signature? He goes, no. I go, exactly. What if I wrote you a note? Would you want that? He goes, yeah. I go, okay. What we're doing is we're creating an equal playing field here. No one's better than you. I don't care where they are, who they are. Everyone's just doing their job trying to be their best. But when you need this need of approval, like, do I need someone's approval to let me know that I could do my job well? No, heck no. If I'm working every day to do my job, to be the best at what I do, I just need, for me, it's a line for me. If I know God's approved it, then I'm good, okay? So for you, I need you to say, why are you seeking someone else's approval? And by the way, when you're waiting for someone else's opinion, who's that person, by the way? Who's that person you're waiting for? Usually the person that you're waiting for the opinion is not even someone that is in your immediate circle. You're waiting for someone on social media to give you approval. They don't even know you. And why do we wait to be like, oh, we're famous, now we have approval? What in the world? You already are famous. You already are important. You don't need a blue check or someone else to tell you that you're important. You already are important. Don't wait for someone else to give that. And by the way, most people, they wouldn't even be they couldn't even make it a day in your life, and you're waiting for them to give you approval? No, absolutely not. We're going to shake that right off because we can't rise when we're waiting for someone else's approval. That person, think about the players that I coach. They get done with a game, literally, and everyone is bashing them. They could have even won the game. I have players who won the game, and people are still tweeting at them, telling them terrible things. And I say to them, you're going to read that. They wouldn't even make it a day in your life. Like the training you do, the schedule you have, they don't even get up and go work out, not even one day. And you're going to worry about what they say? So come on. It's shifting your mindset to understand, who are you seeking applying feedback? Feedback is important. But approval from others that wouldn't even step in the arena with you, that does not matter. Seek feedback from the people that love you, that care about you, that are going to push you to be your best because they love you. That's who you want feedback from. You don't need feedback from the people that you don't even know, that are somewhere, I don't even know, that have a blue check. Let that go. You can't rise up. That is a weight that you don't need to carry anymore. We good? You're coaching. You're getting coached now. Okay, so we have the weight of this need of approval that we're going to let go. We're going to let go of the weight of comparison. And we're also going to let go of this weight of perfectionism. So often we feel like we have to be perfect at something in order to do it. Well, I can't possibly try this new sport or hobby or do this or do that because I'm not ready. It's not perfect. It's never going to be perfect. I promise you. There is no such thing as perfection. It's unattainable. We could strive to be better every day, but we will never be perfect. We will fall short of that. But if we try to make 1% progress every day, darn it, we are so much better than not doing anything, because perfectionism paralyzes us, and therefore we can't even move. And so you never get better. You never try. And so you're held back. So I tell you today, I would rather you try picking something in your life that you're like, let me make 1% progress in this area. Is it in how I speak? Is it how I approach people? Is it what I do in my job? Is it my schoolwork? Like, what is it that I need to do that I need to just get 1% better at? Because if I'm trying to go for perfection, I'll never get there. When I started my career, and even when I started my own practice, let me tell you, there was no such thing. Nothing was perfect. It was all trial and error. You just have to start to get out. So stop letting the weight of perfection. You don't need to look perfect. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be you, getting better every day, 1%. And that's how you start moving forward to rise up. So we're letting go of approval, comparison, perfection. We're letting go of all that. Shame, guilt, any of these weights that you start carrying, let it go. Like literally, like we're shedding it. We've let it go. So what you could do is you could literally sit down and you could write. You could journal. We just heard about how good journaling is. You could journal and say, hey, what are the mental weights that I carry? Is it the thoughts that I say to myself? Is it the negative chatter? Is it the need for approval? Is it the need for this comparison? Am I comparing? Like, write it down. Start taking inventory of what these weights are, because if you could identify it, you could start working on it. But if we don't identify it, it's hard for us to work on it. I do this all the time with people, and once they start seeing it, then we start making a little joke of it. I'm like, oh, we're back in the comparison game? I got it. Then you start going, what do you do about it? Because then what happens is I'm not coaching anymore. They're coaching themselves. I just start asking the questions. What do you do about it? You could do that yourself. You could literally say like, hey, I'm back doing this again. Coach yourself. Literally say to yourself, coach, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do in this moment? How should I reframe this? What's the next thing I need to do? How do I need to release it? And then release it. And by the way, everything we do is cyclical, meaning you might get through it one day and then it might rear its ugly head the next, or it might be in a month that it comes back. It's okay. Just keep working on it. That's why there's great therapists. That's why there's great coaches. That's why there's great mentors, parents, siblings, friends. Keep going to your inner circle and saying, I got to keep working on this. And let me tell you this, please don't get fatigued by people. You know, we live in a world that's like a natural disaster could come. We all want to help out. 2 weeks later, we're like, oh, we moving on? It's a natural disaster. We can't just move on from a hurricane. We just want to move on from things. People are going to go through things, and they may be healing from it, and they may be good for a couple weeks, but it may come back. Be compassionate. Sit with them. Help them through it again. Help yourself through it. Don't think you're just going to get through things in like 5 minutes, 1 month. It depends on what the trauma is that you're going through, but be compassionate with yourself and have the mental endurance and emotional endurance to deal with it. Because we get this fatigue, and I understand it, but sometimes we just want to be like, oh, I don't want to deal with that anymore. I'm done with it. We're never really done with anything. It just comes in different ways. You heal in different ways. Okay, now that we've released it, okay, part of Rise is I needed you to acknowledge that you needed to release these things. Next, I want you to ignite back the fire, okay? So often people say, oh, Dar, I want you to come. I want you to speak to me. I want you to give me some motivation. I said, great, I'll do it. I'll come give you this. But I'm not the one that's going to keep lighting the fire underneath you. No. I hope when I leave, I lit a fire within you. I want a fire lit within you, not underneath you, because the fire lit underneath you is going to go out. But a fire lit within you, man, that just keeps burning inside. That's what's inside me. I have this fire lit within me to just keep awakening greatness in people. And so when I talk about this part, igniting the passion within you and that fire, I want you to think about what is it that you want to be ignited by? What is it that gets you excited? And I know some of you, you're young and you're like, I don't know, Dar. Start exploring it. I'm here to just start planting the seeds for you so that they start taking harvest some other time. But I'm here planting the seeds to start lighting the fire within you of what are the things that you start getting passionate about? What are the topics? What are the subjects? What are the things? What are people doing in the world that you're like, that's really cool. I love that. That really interests me. Lean into that, because oftentimes when we get sad, it's sometimes because we forgot what made us passionate. And you just have to reignite to the things that used to excite you. Or maybe just start exploring again. Get out there, seek, be in community, look up new things. Start putting yourself in momentum to start to find the passion again. Because when you find it, I promise you, it's like a switch goes off. You're like, whoa, what is that? You start losing hours because you're like literally researching it or watching it. It could be like you literally want to create a YouTube channel or the podcast, or whatever it may be that you're like, this just excites me. We need things in our life that excite us again, that get us excited. You know, I think about everyone needs kind of an anthem. So that's kind of where this is much deeper and we don't have time to go through it. But I want you to start thinking about if you had an anthem for your life, a word, what would it be? So for me, that's greatness. Like I wake up to awaken greatness. Guess what? My anthem's not tied to a role, not tied to money, not tied to a title, nothing. I could get up every day and I could awaken greatness. So I want you to think, if your story was going to be told, like ESPN has 30 for 30 shows, they're the best. 30 for 30 are always the shows of people that overcame something. But there's like every 30 for 30 has a title of like what the 30 for 30 is about. It's like the anthem of it. I want you to start thinking about what would be the anthem for you. What would be your mission? Because when you start thinking about that, you could start creating your masterpiece around that. Because someday your life is going to be told. And your story is an inspiration for someone else. What do you want it to be? I lost both my mother and my father now. My mom was 3 years ago, right after my stroke. And my dad was just a few months ago. The hardest things. But I gave their eulogy. I had the blessing to give both of their eulogies. And their story was played out. And I said the same thing to them. I said, I'm telling you their story. They created and crafted this story that I'm telling back to you all every day by how they lived. That was their masterpiece. And I'm telling you, and you're reliving it. Well, so will all of yours. Someday your story is going to be told. It's literally like we're watching a Nike commercial. And it's going to be like, did you just do it? Did you just do it? Did you inspire? Did you do something that just got people motivated, inspired by your work, by what you did? And I just say to you, think about what that is, and it starts by igniting the passion in you again. Don't give up on life. Don't think that there's nothing ahead. There's so much ahead, but it takes us taking responsibility to find it. It's not just going to come to us, meaning like we can't just sit on our couch and do nothing, and then one day it's going to be like, oh, delivery from FedEx, here's your passion, here's your mission in life. You've got to get up and be in motion with people and connect, because when you do that, it starts to reveal itself. I promise you. Life is literally like unwrapping a gift. And every day as you keep showing up, more of the gift gets revealed, but the whole gift isn't revealed all at once. It's literally that keeps coming to you. It's the gift that keeps on giving. That's what life is. But you need to get up. You need to be like Nike. Just go do it. Have that kind of theme. I mean, think about this. We know Nike is just do it. We know, I think Adidas is like making the impossible possible. Everyone has these slogans. What's going to be the slogan? And make it so everyone knows your slogan. Like I tell everyone, mine's awakening greatness. So should something happen to me, You all are welcome to come to the party. There's no like, we're not crying there. We're just going to have one big party. I hope you'd be like, you know what? Coach Dar helped me awaken my greatness. That woman inspired me. She just made me feel more alive. That's what I hope happens when I enter and leave a room. I don't even care if we're having a conversation, right? Make that happen for you. Don't just show up to life and just let it just happen, because you're going to miss out on the huge blessing, the huge gift that's there for you. And it doesn't matter what age, you could start seeking your passion now. The next to rise is seizing the moment, okay? Seize the moment. Because so often we get caught up in perfection, approval, comparison, we never seize the opportunity in front of us. First of all, I'm so proud of you, everyone listening in right now and everyone here, because you said yes to be here. You didn't have to. You said yes, which means you got knowledge and information and community and connection that you might not have had. And this whole program and everyone is here to pour into you. But because you seize the moment, you now have connections and community and more information than you had before we started. But in life, there's going to be opportunities. And you're going to be responsible for making a choice. Did you seize it or let it slip away? I love hip hop. Eminem's one of my favorite. I would have probably came out to Eminem, but I have a reel that they have me show. But it's like, literally, are you going to, I came out to Chicago for Convention Center, which literally, I was the only one my mom saw. Chicago Convention Center, I don't know, maybe that was like 5 years ago. And it was like 4 Jumbotrons, and it was Eminem playing, and it was like, are you going to seize it and let it slip away? And then all the screens looked like they crashed and went down, and then I came out, and everyone was on their feet. I was like, this was seizing a moment. It was so good. My mom, who never listens to hip-hop, is like, what in the hell is my daughter doing? And it was like literally 10,000 people there, but it was epic. My point was, seize the moment. Seize the moment. We worry about what other people think. Seize it, because the only way to start growing and getting ahead is to say yes to the things that you want to, and guess what? No to the things you don't want to. As you get older, young ones here, you will see a lot of people are going to ask you for a lot of things. You don't have to say yes to all things. You say yes to the things that align with what you're called to, what you're passionate about. Because when you start saying yes to everything, things that you don't even feel like you can do or show up to, you're going to start feeling like you're not good at any of them, because you're overcommitted. You're saying yes to things that maybe you're not gifted in. And when you start saying yes to the things that you are gifted in, and yes to the things that you are good at, and yes to the opportunities you want to try, you will find joy. Because it's better to have said yes to the things you wanted to and tried no matter what happens than either not doing anything and living with regret, or just saying yes to things that you didn't want to do and you just showed up and you're like, this isn't even what I want to do. Like going to a school just because you think you should go there, or taking a job just because you think you should take it. No, you make sure it aligns with your gifts and your talents. Listen, I could say I want to be a WNBA player all day. I'm not seizing that opportunity. I work with them. I work in the NBA. I'm 5'2". It's never happening. Why would I waste my time? I'm not saying yes to anything in that. I'm saying yes to the things of, oh, you want me to help in mental conditioning? Yes, I could say yes to that. Me trying to make a career playing in basketball? Never happened. Nope, not happening. I worked in a record label. I'm tone deaf, literally. I love singing. I'm never getting a record label. I'm never getting a contract. It's not happening. So say yes to the things, too, that you're aligned and gifted in. It'll make it a lot better, and you'll actually gain more confidence because, it's going to work in your favor. But I want you to start seizing the moment. What happens is things come along, and we have an opportunity to take a chance that's literally going to change our life. But we get scared, and we start pulling back, and then we miss out on it. So when I got asked to coach the Phoenix Suns, the owner of the Phoenix Suns called me, and he said, hey, I got this player that we want to work on leadership on. He's like, I need you to give me a 6-point plan on this player. I said, first of all, I've never met the player. How am I going to give you a 6-point plan? If someone comes to you with a plan on a player they never met, you should probably fire them or not hire them. And he's like, well, how do I know you could do what you say you could do? I go, well, you called me. I didn't call you, number one. And so he's like, all right, well, I want you to think about, there's this player, and I want you to think about it and start thinking about a plan. I was like, well, let me meet the player. Hang up the phone. I don't think anything of it because I need to meet the player anyways. Literally not even a week later, I get a phone call, and the owner, this is the owner of a professional basketball team, he's like, hey, are you coming to the game tonight? Now, meanwhile, my hair was on top of my head. I was in sweatpants and a t-shirt. I was like, no. He's like, well, you are now. Get down here in an hour. I was like, first of all, it takes me an hour to get ready and to get downtown Phoenix. I was like, he goes, and by the way, bring your proposal for the player. I don't have a proposal for the player. I didn't meet him yet. So I quickly went to my computer and I'm like, okay, I'll put general points down here, but I'll talk it through. I get down there, he's pacing. My point in seizing the moment, I could have said, no, I'm busy because I was too scared. I didn't have anything planned. Like literally, I could have said no for a million reasons. But this was an opportunity. I either seized it or let it slip away. I said, I'll be right down. I didn't know what the hell was happening. I literally didn't know what was going on. I go down there, he's pacing, he clears out a room, and then all of a sudden it's the owner of the team, the GM of the team, the president of the team, and they're like, he goes, this is so-and-so's coach. I was like, what in the world is going on? He's like, she's gonna be so-and-so's mental skills coach. Coach, why don't you tell them on what you're gonna help this player with? And I'm thinking, I've never met the damn player. So reverse psychology, I go, why don't you tell me what it is you need help with? I was like, let me get some intake right now. I need to know what's going on. But we worked it all out. My point in saying that to most people would be a very scary moment. It's a big opportunity. But I said yes, changed my whole life. Literally, I've been able to coach in all major leagues in sports. There's never been an OT that's ever done it in all sports, but I had to say yes to that opportunity for other doors to open. There's gonna come times in your life that you wanna say yes to, and it's gonna lead to other doors that are gonna open, but you need to have the courage to do it. Be courageous. Be prepared, meaning I've done the work. I know as a therapist the things I'm good at, so I'm not gonna get out of my lane and I'm not gonna go talk physics. Please, I've almost failed that class. But what I'm gonna do is talk about the things that I'm good at. So get into a craft, get into an area that you're passionate about, and then be really good at it. Go after it. Do everything you can so when opportunities come, you could be bold by saying yes. And you won't have all the tools at that moment. When I was 28, running a healthcare company, do you think I knew what I was doing in every area? Definitely not. But I knew well enough that I was coachable and I would learn from people and I would make the best decisions I could. You can do that too. I'm not different than anyone else. I just seized moments and said yes and was courageous, even if inside my stomach was like, what are we doing? It was like, let's go. I want you to have that in you. That's how you're gonna rise. I'm teaching you to rise to your highest level. I don't coach in the pros by accident. We have to take big chances. You have to be bold. And then the last part of this is elevate your mindset. When we wanna rise up, I started with mindset and I end with mindset. You wanna rise up by elevating your mindset, how you think about yourself, how you think about the world, how you think about work ethic, excellence, everything. So people have known me for years, RTB, raise the bar. I want people to start raising the bar in this world. That doesn't mean you have to do more. It just means whatever you say yes to, you do it really well. You want to beat out the competition and rise up? Have more work ethic than most. Raise the bar. Level up the level of excellence, because what's happened is people are coming in and they're giving 50% effort when they walk in someplace. Don't be that person. If someone asks you to do something, you give 100%. You know, the players, people yell at TV all the time. They're like, that player better get up. I don't care if he's hurt, injured. I don't care what's going on. And they're screaming at him. And I go, hold up. When you go into work, did you give 100% today? Or did you give 50%? Because if you gave 50%, then we could be saying the same thing about you. And most times people are showing up just giving 50% and expecting 100% back from other people. You go to a restaurant, you want them to give you good service. You go to the movies, it better be a good movie. You go to play somewhere, you want it to be the best, but you're not giving the best. That's not how we're working here if I'm coaching you. If you want the best, you give the best. That's how this works. Raise the bar. Because when you do this, you will outbeat the competition, because most are not willing to raise the bar. Most are not willing to go the extra mile. Sugar, go the extra mile. How about just go the mile? Like, people are going like, oh, let's go half a mile, I'm done now. No,
You go to do something, you give your word, you stick with it. You say you're going to do it, do it. You're going to go work out, give it all you have. I don't care if there's no one in the room. Literally, I have it in my head that the other day I was trying to make a shot in the hotel room with the water bottle. I didn't make it to the NBA and the WNBA, I told you. I missed the shot. I could have left the water bottle sitting there in the hotel room. No one's coming, right? No way. I'm not going to leave a place worse than how I came in. Every place I come, I leave it better than I found it, regardless of who's looking. Because you know what you're doing? It's like Navy SEAL training. You're training yourself to excellence. How you do anything is how you do everything. You want to work on being the person that when you come in, you're breeding excellence. And it doesn't matter what's going on in your life. You try to do the best that you can. And now remember, I started with this. We're never going to be perfect. I understand that we're going to have tough days. It's okay to have tough days. I'm just saying the average of your days are just not poor quality. You have control of things in life. The things you can control are your attitude and your effort every day. So when you understand that, I can't control, literally, I just went to go get a sandwich somewhere, and when I asked for something, the person was so mean to me. I have an allergy. I have food allergies. There's certain things I literally can't eat. I'll be sick. I have to get on a plane. I don't want to be sick on a plane. And the woman was so annoyed with me because I said, would you mind just checking for that? She was so mean, but I just sat there and I looked at her and I said, I can't control why this woman's being mean to me right now, but I can control how I respond to her. And I just sat there and I said, I know this probably is not easy for you, but this is actually my health. And I just stood there and I talked her through this. And by the end, she was so nice. And we were actually like, literally, I could have had a drink with her. She was so nice. But my point was, I could have turned that around. I could have just sat there and just said, like, I'm going to give back what she's given me. What good would that do? I'm not making this space any better. So we got to elevate how we show up in the room. I want you to start thinking with intention. Be the change you wished you had in the world, what you want to see. Be the person you wished you had. Be the friend that you wished you had sometimes. Be this person. Elevate your mindset. Be the friend that you need first here. Be your own best friend. Then I want you to elevate your level of excellence, how you show up, your integrity, and I want you to be bold and courageous. When you start shifting your mindset, you start shifting your life. And I'll end with this. Kobe Bryant says, greatness is not in what we accomplish. Greatness is in how we live our lives that inspires someone else to live great. So you want to reach greatness? Just start living in a way that it inspires someone else to live better. That's greatness. Thank you, everyone.
You're broken down and tired of living life on the merry-go-round.
As I set the stage, there's this song, which is Rise Up. I'm going to exit the stage. I want you to just listen to the words. I want you to hold it in your heart, because this song is a song that moved me when I needed days to rise up. So hear this, feel it, take the information I told you, move it from your head to your heart and into your hands, and do something about it. Thanks, everyone.